Chapter 37. After 2 rounds of competition, the main competition would be held a week later. The two of them had a week of rest. What a distant and exciting name. The second-level meridian that had been completely connected impressively appeared in the shape of another crane. Boom boom boom. With every explosion, Tang Tian's body trembled. The old man walked down the stairs, his expression firm and calm. When it was over, the second-tier Dantian pool's capacity had increased by more than 5 times. Kakaka. The crystallization did not stop there. It continued to overflow and grow. But at this time, no matter how Tang Tian urged, more and more true power was flowing downwards. He muttered to himself, the second crane body, the second stage of the crane body energy. Someone actually managed to cultivate the second stage of the crane body energy. The wooden door opened by itself. Even Big Boss Wang Lin could not stop praising the Flash Fist, but Tang Tian had suddenly become the #1 Flash Fist practitioner in Star Wind City. It looked like the crane that was drawn out by the true power was rather young, like a small crane, its wings not fully developed yet. Compared to the third-tier Dantian pool, the second-tier Dantian pool was much smaller. True inheritance. My crane sect's true disciple. The crane's body strength transformation was invincible. Elder He raised his palm, and all the voices immediately disappeared. However, everyone's faces were flushed with excitement. Tang Tian had spent the most time on minute collapsing fist. He was already extremely close to successfully cultivating Great Avalanche. If the third-level true power flowed into the second-level Dantian pool, what would happen? The 2 white-robed disciples guarding the entrance of the valley were both stunned when they saw the old man. Could it be that some powerhouse wanted to invade Heavenly Crane Constellation? Tang Tian came back to his senses in a daze. When his mind returned to his meridians, he was immediately dumbfounded. Second stage crane body energy. Tang Tian suddenly reacted. Didn't this mean that his true power was much bigger than before? Was this also the crane body? 3 days ago, I suddenly sensed that someone had mastered the second stage of the crane body energy. This was a match that most people were baffled by. Impossible! After a while, the 2 disciples regained their senses and bowed in excitement. Elder He, why you are out of seclusion? The energy continued to flow into his body, and through the meridians, it was refined into true power. Threads of true power continued to flow into the newly expanded second-tier Dantian pool. Very quickly, the second-tier Dantian pool was filled with true power, and the following scene made Tang Tian dumbstruck. The energy behind the cross door was extremely dense. The crane-style Qi manual was an authentic ancient mental cultivation method. Its efficiency was much higher than the mental cultivation methods that were circulating in the market. Especially after Tang Tian cultivated the crane body, the efficiency of the crane-style Qi manual refining true power suddenly increased by multiple folds. After a while, the calm sea of clouds seemed to suddenly boil. White cranes soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds and flying in all directions. On the back of every white crane sat an anxious-looking white-robed crane sect disciple. But there was no doubt about this. But the problem now was that no one could fully understand the extent of Tang Tian's strength. But it was only limited to that. In just a quarter of an hour, the second-tier meridians were all connected. Even the most remote corners of the meridians were all activated by true power. The 2 of them did not dare to ask any more questions, and immediately responded, yes. The sun shone on his body, and it was warm. The smell of the grass in the valley made him slightly dazed. His eyes became calm again. He took a step and followed the small path in the valley and walked towards the entrance of the valley. The crane elder who had been in closed-door cultivation for 10 years suddenly came out. The entire crane sect seemed to have found their backbone. But the moment the crane elder came out, he used the white crane token to gather them for a discussion. Something big must have happened. But now, there was someone who had mastered the second stage of the crane body energy. The second stage of the crane body energy was a higher level of the crane body energy and required 2 crane bodies. But the legendary crane body was something they had not seen for a whole 900 years. At the top of the crane hall, the crane elder sat cross-legged. Below him, The elders were all nervous and excited. 8 steps overtaking cicada, broken shadow palm, consecutive joint technique, minute collapsing fist, and eagle claw technique were all trained to a certain level. All the elders' expressions froze on their faces in an instant. Up till now, Tang Tian had only used the 2 rank 2 martial techniques, the flash fist and the aerial stake steps. The things that he had displayed were rather limited. Everyone's understanding of him consisted of 2 aspects. One was that his foundation was very solid to the point of being abnormal. The other was his flash fist, the perfect flash fist. Tang Tian sat cross-legged, and the surrounding energy continuously flowed into his body and transformed into true power. The current capacity of the 3rd level Dantian pool in his body was double of what it was when he first stepped into the 3rd level. Old Fartway's face was full of joy and was laughed at by the other 2. The 3rd level true power in these lower level meridians was invincible and did not meet with any obstacles. He took a step forward and slowly walked out of the wooden house. The 2 disciples were shocked. The white crane token was the most urgent order of the crane sect. Unless it was a matter of life and death, it could not be used. Until the judge announced his victory, he was still in a daze. When he regained his senses and wanted to ask Di Han why he admitted defeat, Di Han had already walked far away, and only his back could be seen. Not knowing why, Tang Tian felt that there was something wrong with Di Han, and that something was not right. In the depths of the crane peak, in a simple and unadorned wooden house, an old man with white hair and beard sat cross-legged. He suddenly opened his eyes, and in his muddy eyes, a dazzling light aura suddenly burst out. Heavenly Crane Constellation. In the meridians, the crane was vivid and lifelike. The entire process lasted for an entire hour. In the past, the 2nd level Dantian pool was only 1/10 of the 3rd level Dantian pool, but now, it was half the size of the 3rd level Dantian pool. Tang Tian's mind was blank. The 3rd level Dantian pool could hold the 3rd level true power, and the 2nd level Dantian pool could hold the 2nd level true power. This was common knowledge. All the elders were excited, and the crowd below exploded. This news was too shocking to them, and it was beyond their imagination. 2nd stage of the crane body energy. Tang Tian felt that this victory came in a blur. But today, he did not continue to train the great avalanche behind the cross-light door, but sat cross-legged and continuously activated the crane-style chi manual. Today, he suddenly felt that the true power in his body was not right. Every generation of crane sect disciples would try to restore the crane body energy, but none succeeded. Finishing, they flew to the rooftop. On the rooftop, there were a few exceptionally handsome white cranes. The 2 of them flipped onto the cranes, and the clear cry of the cranes reverberated throughout the valley. The 2 cranes spread their wings and disappeared into the vast sea of clouds. Tang Tian was shocked. The circulation of true power had always been from the bottom to the top, commonly known as the stairway to heaven. Tang Tian had never heard of it before. True power could flow backwards from the top to the bottom? And Di Han's display of strength made everyone who did not understand him shocked. Correspondingly, Tang Tian's strength was quickly recognized by everyone, especially after the competition, the evaluation of the elders, which spread from various channels. Gradually, the 2nd-tier Dantian pool became full again. Tang Tian was about to end this strange training when the true power in the 2nd-tier Dantian pool began to flow recklessly along the meridians. Not good. The true power finally calmed down. The increase of true power depended on grinding, and it grew bit by bit. Tang Tian had never seen such a sudden increase before. He began to actively activate the crane-style chi manual, and a faint and clear cry of a crane sounded in his ears, and the true power started to move according to his will. The peaceful heavenly crane constellation was immediately filled with a tense atmosphere. In comparison, Di Han's strength, calmness, decisiveness made many people start to reevaluate this eccentric genius. The strange silence lasted for about 10 seconds before the crowd exploded. Tang Tian was very strong. 3 days later, after 2 rounds of preliminaries, the 2 of them entered the main competition. Looking at the excitement of the younger generation, Elder Crane sighed in his heart. The Crane sect had been passed down for so long, but they had lost their true inheritance, and the Crane sect had been declining because of this. And the most crucial Crane body energy was the core of the Crane sect, and it had been missing for a whole 900 years. The third level of true power started to freeze, and along the walls of the pool, it quickly crystallized and grew. In the blink of an eye, the second-tier Dantian pool's walls had doubled. Compared to Tang Tian's inexplicable victory, a Maori's victory was indisputable. His strength surpassed his opponent by too much, and he only used 3 blades to defeat his opponent. In the previous round, the opponent was too weak, and Tang Tian easily won. In this round, Di Han had the strength to force Tang Tian to display more of his strength, but for some reason, Di Han suddenly admitted defeat. Tang Tian looked like he was convulsing, and his body was shaking like a sieve. In the Grand Crane Palace, disciples and elders were gathered, and everyone had a solemn expression. The huge Crane Palace was silent, and the atmosphere was tense. But the most important thing was, Tang Tian won. Elder Crane opened his eyes, and his gaze swept across the elders of the Crane sect, and said slowly. The true power flowed along the crane-shaped meridians, and continuously seeped into the remote meridians. Tang Tian had trained in the crane-style Qi manual for a period of time, and with his relentless training, and the dense energy behind the cross door, the third-tier Dantian pool's meridians were connected to almost every corner with true power. Tang Tian's brain was exploding, and he was unable to respond. The third-level true power entered the second-tier meridians, like a drop of water falling into boiling oil, and suddenly a series of explosions, like a hot knife cutting through butter. But all of this came from his intuition, and with his brain, it was impossible to understand such a complicated matter. Following the continuous strengthening of Tang Tian's crane body, the crane-style Qi manual became stronger, and his meditation time was shortened to half an hour, and he could recover his strength. This caused his training speed to increase greatly. The true power continued to circulate, and layers of true power surged, as if the little crane was flapping its wings, and an indescribable numb feeling flowed through the meridians. Bang! Tang Tian felt as if something had suddenly cleared up, and the true power in the third-tier Dantian pool was overflowing, and actually flowed towards the second-tier Dantian pool. Past the White Crane Order, all elders and above, to the Crane Palace for a discussion. The elders said indifferently. With that thought, Tang Tian was ecstatic. He stood up suddenly, and his clothes fluttered without any wind, and his aura was astonishing. Chapter 38. The important task of reviving the Crane sect has been handed to you, so this thing is also the time to hand it over to you. No one was able to associate this simple and unadorned sword with a gold star treasure. My senses are very vague, and I am unable to pinpoint the area. In the vast sea of people, the chances are slim. Maybe in 10 years, maybe in my entire life, I will not get anything. Leaving the quiet and peaceful heavenly Crane constellation, entering the dangerous heavens road, I can lose my life at any time. This task is dangerous, arduous, uncertain, and unknown. Who is willing to go? Elder Crane's face surfaced a look of pride. His tone was as firm as steel. A ray of flowing light, it entered Crane's palm. Yes. Crane bowed slightly. I know, it is not easy for everyone. Our Crane sect has been passed down to this day, honestly speaking, not to mention the glory when it was first established, even continuing on is not easy. Everyone is under a lot of pressure. If not for our internal unity, heavenly Crane constellation would have long changed hands. We have a long history with a glorious past, but now that we are in such a decline, talking about the past will only invite ridicule. If this goes on, no one knows how long the Crane sect can last. In the silent Crane Hall, the great clan elder sighed, directly striking at everyone's heart. The highest grade saint treasures could be counted with one's fingers. Leo constellation's raging lionheart sword, Sagittarius constellation's heavenly bow, were all saint treasures. Only the biggest constellations could produce saint treasures. As though sensing Crane's thoughts, suddenly, the Crane word on the sword sheath lit up with a dazzling light aura. The word flowed like molten iron, and under Crane's shocked gaze, it slowly floated up from the sword sheath. Elder Crane could not help but reveal a smile. Crane was perfect in all aspects. The only thing that made Elder Crane uncomfortable was that he was too mature. Crane's maturity far exceeded his age, as though no matter what happened, nothing could surprise him. His white robes were as white as snow, without a speck of dust, his silver hair cascading down his shoulders. Crane immediately opened up his palm, revealing a crane-shaped imprint on his palm. Upon thinking about searching for an unknown target and obtaining the inheritance from the other party, such a matter sounded like a joke, an impossible joke. But I can see the light of our Crane sex revival. Elder Crane's turbid eyes shone with an indescribable light aura. If others knew that the heavenly Crane constellation had a gold treasure, when you were born, your father named you Crane, hoping that you could revitalize the Crane sect. I never thought that the heavy responsibility of the Crane sect would fall on your shoulders today. Old Crane sighed. Furthermore, Father, Crane bowed slightly and calmly replied, Mother has already agreed. A hint of gratification flashed through Old Crane's eyes. Crane's heart shivered. Suddenly, a calm and steady voice resounded in the hall. Without thinking, Crane knew that to the Crane sect, it would be a calamity. Crane was slightly embarrassed, but quickly regained his composure. A tall man stepped out of the ranks. His body was as straight as a spear, and he was exceptionally eye-catching in the main hall. His face was as gentle as jade, and his expression was calm. His bright black eyes were as deep as the night sky. He opened the wooden box, and a plain, ancient sword appeared in front of him. My name is Crane. This sword is also called Crane. Are we destined to meet? Crane looked at Elder Crane in a daze. He never thought that his sect would have such a secret. From today onwards, it and the future of the Crane sect will be in your hands, Crane. Everyone looked at each other. They initially thought that Elder Crane's senses would at least have a rough range, but who knew that he did not even have a range? Many people think that the Heavenly Crane constellation's peak star treasure is the silver-ranked Heavenly Crane armor. Old Crane's gaze became deep. Crane was stunned when he heard that. This was the first time his expression changed since he entered the house. That's good. Elder Crane nodded. Looking at the similar face of the Crane in front of him, another figure appeared in his mind. When I look at you, I think of your father. I watched him grow up. You are even more outstanding than your father. Your father's spirit in heaven will definitely be gratified. There was not a single pattern on the sword's body, and it was dim. On the scabbard, there was only an ancient seal, Crane. No one spoke. Is there anyone else who is willing? Elder Crane looked around. Disappointment flashed in Elder Crane's eyes. Crane opened the wooden box in a daze. Many of Elder Crane's words had impacted him greatly. The shocking secret of the Crane sect stunned him. He did not expect that the Crane sect that he grew up in would have such a huge secret. A gold-ranked star treasure. Crane's face was calm. Mother loved Father deeply. She is very happy that I can inherit Father's dying wish. Was he going to search the entire world for it? Crane's mountain-like body trembled, and his face was filled with disbelief. Even Crane is shocked. That's rare. Elder Crane laughed. Crane bowed slightly. Don't worry. Elder Crane's face was solemn. He stood up and walked to a corner. He picked up a dusty wooden box and returned to his seat. If this news were to spread, it would immediately cause a bloodbath. The experts would not even bother to touch the silver-ranked, Heavenly Crane armor. But the gold-ranked star treasure was something that even the legendary figures would not be able to maintain their composure. Iron, bronze, silver, gold, Saint treasures. Elder Crane gently placed the wooden box in front of Crane. The reason why the Crane sect was able to maintain the rule of the Heavenly Crane constellation was because the big powerhouses looked down on the Heavenly Crane constellation. They thought that the Heavenly Crane constellation was just a barren place. If they only knew that the Heavenly Crane constellation had a gold-ranked treasure, then many people's eyes were filled with fear. The Heavenly Crane constellation was peaceful and quiet. There were no disputes. It was like a paradise. Although there was no wealth, there was no danger. Although everyone longed for the glory of the past, they were already used to the comfort of the present. Every constellation did not only have one star treasure. All these star treasures were nurtured by the constellation for billions of years. Star treasures that were born from the same constellation would be seen as a series. These star treasures would usually have some common characteristics. But different star treasures would have a huge difference in power. Thus, people classified these star treasures into different grades. The great clan elder's expression was solemn. His gaze suddenly became sharp. He slowly swept his gaze across everyone and said, Elder Crane's low and hoarse voice resonated in the hall. Elder Crane's turbid eyes did not show any joy or anger. He nodded his head. Then let's do it. Crane's slender fingers caressed the crane word on the sword sheath. Tang Tian's Aquarius martial cabinet was only a black iron treasure, a beginner-grade treasure. This sword was the first star treasure that Crane's spiritual master subdued when he entered the heavenly Crane constellation. It was also Crane's spiritual master's sword. Crane's spiritual master's strength was extraordinary. This sword had only been unsheathed 3 times in his life. Almost no one knew about it. Even the disciples around him knew about it. Crane's spiritual master seemed to have foreseen the decline of the Crane sect. To prevent people from coveting it, this sword had never appeared after Crane's spiritual master passed away. Every generation, there would be a disciple who would be chosen to be the guardian of the sword. I am this generation's guardian disciple. The Crane body was the most important part of the true inheritance that our Crane sect had lost. But now, it has appeared again. To us, this is an opportunity. This might be our last chance. If we are unable to let the true inheritance return to the Crane sect, our Crane sect will be annihilated in another 10 years. So, I need someone to bring back the Crane sect's true inheritance that has been lost for 900 years. In the dark room, the oil lamp that was as big as a bean would occasionally crackle. Actually, in my heart, you are the best choice. But I did not expect. Elder Crane sighed. His gaze once again focused on the young man. You are the most outstanding disciple in the 3rd generation. With your talent, staying in the Crane sect, honestly speaking, would be a waste. If you had, your achievements today would not stop there. The Crane sect has dragged you down. Your mother is very disappointed in the Crane sect. Actually, I am very disappointed too. You are overpraising me. Crane's expression did not change. He sat upright as usual. In other words, the highest grade of star treasures signified the potential value of the constellation. Disciple Crane is willing to go. Gold rank treasures were powerful treasures that were second only to saint treasures. Every single one of them was a powerful existence that martial artists yearned for. Every single gold rank treasure could not be circulated in the market. Only the top grade constellations could produce gold rank treasures. This sword, I was originally prepared to give it to your father. He was the most passionate and hopeful young man I have ever met. I always thought that the future of the Crane sect was in his hands. I did not expect that fate would make a fool out of you. After he passed away, you inherited his wishes. Maybe this is fate. Elder Crane looked at the young man sitting upright. Crane's expression was so calm that it did not match his age. Elder Crane sighed and broke the silence. Is there no problem with your mother? Elder Crane stopped laughing. His expression became solemn again. The silver rank heavenly Crane clothing has always been seen as the inheritance of the Crane sect. It is the highest grade treasure of the heavenly Crane constellation. The heavenly Crane constellation is seen as a small constellation. This is also an important reason. But very few people know that the strongest star treasure of the heavenly Crane constellation is not the silver rank heavenly Crane clothing, but the gold rank Crane sword. Yes, it was not easy for them in the past. Your mother is worthy of respect. Elder Crane thought about the past. He quickly regained his senses and laughed at himself. When one is old, it is easy to recall the past. Your strength, compared to all the elders, is more outstanding. I'm not worried. But you are still young, and do not have the experience to travel far. That is my only worry. I have roamed outside in the past. The dangers of heaven's road are everywhere. You must remember, sometimes wisdom is more useful than fists. No one spoke. All of the elders lowered their heads. Some of them shrunk back into the crowd, afraid of being called out by Elder Crane. Elder Crane's gaze was fixated on Crane's young face. Chapter 39. Tang Tian bellowed. His face was filled with rage as he looked around for Di Han's figure. It was Tang Tian's first time participating in such a battle, but he did not have any fear in his heart. Instead, he was extremely calm. Quietly wearing the black metal gloves, he was like a leopard cat, quietly approaching, waiting for the opportunity to make a move. Tang Tian did not rush out hastily. He squinted his eyes, bent his waist, and quietly pushed aside the bamboo leaves. Suddenly, the sound of swords clashing came out from the front. Han Bingning looked at it word by word. That day when Tang Tian was fighting with the ink black iron rhino, he went into bedevilment, which left a deep impression on her. Nan Nan's mother's face was pale white. Her body swayed as she muttered to herself, "Onyx Soul's people? Onyx Soul, Onyx Soul." Southern Cross Constellation Hardship Plate. There are two types of people who are easily bedeviled. One is special blood meridians, and the other is dark martial artists. Martial artists with special blood meridians, when encountering extreme situations, the power hidden deep within their blood meridians will awaken and trigger the bedevilment state. Killers, assassins, and other dark martial artists, usually killing and accumulating too many negative emotions, will also easily be bedeviled. With a wrong step, a biting cold blade aura brushed past his body dangerously and left a hole on his clothes. Crane carefully tied the sword to the silver silk belt on his waist and smoothed out the creases on his clothes, making it spotless. His face became calm again. He bowed respectfully to Elder Crane and then resolutely turned and left. Tang Tian flew through the sea of bamboo, his legs tapping lightly on the bamboo branches from time to time. Borrowing the elasticity of the bamboo branches, he continued to move forward. His movements were not beautiful, but his speed was extremely fast, and every step was precise. If he met any bamboo leaf bees along the way, he would use the broken shadow palm to shoot them down. The chances of ordinary people triggering bedevilment was very small. "I'm fine." Tang Tian shook his head. Nan Nan's mother was like an arrow at the end of its flight. She could only hold on with one breath and did not retreat. Nan Nan shrunk into a corner, her face filled with fear, but she did not dare to cry, as she was afraid of distracting her mother. Bedevilment is a special state that occurs when a person's negative emotions erupt under extreme circumstances. A demonized person's strength would greatly increase, their instincts would control their body, killing, violence, and other negative emotions would dominate. "What's going on?" Tang Tian regained his strength, crawled up, and went over. The black-clothed man let out a blood-curdling scream. Tang Tian's mind was completely blank. Almost subconsciously, he didn't even take a breath. His fists were like a storm, bombarding the black-clothed man's body. At this moment, Tang Tian's legs suddenly exerted force, and his entire body shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. A dazzling bolt of lightning tore through the air and slammed into the man in black's waist. Nanan's mother came back to her senses. She forced a smile at Tang Tian and said, "I really have to thank you this time. It's just that I've gotten you into trouble." Little Darling's mother's sword force became slower and weaker. The snowflakes scattered by the opponent's dual sabers became denser and denser, and the chill was bone-piercing. The surroundings were silent. The shadows of the bamboos danced in the wind, but there was no response. Nanan's mother was shocked. It could only be someone with a special bloodline. That was Nanan's house. These people were actually here for the Southern Cross Constellation bronze plate. Tang Tian was a little worried. He moved his feet, turned his body, and advanced towards the depths of the sea of bamboos. He knew where Nanan's house was. He decided to go take a look. Nanan's mother carried her sword and walked to the black-clothed man who was killed by Tang Tian. She used her sword to pry open the black-clothed man's mask, revealing an ordinary face. The black-clothed man was no longer breathing. The place where Tang Tian struck had a wound that looked like it was cut by a sharp sword. In a moment of desperation, Tang Tian did not hesitate to use the crane body energy technique. Nanan's mother struggled to get up. She took out a bamboo tube from her waist. A green bee the size of a finger flew out. The green bee buzzed around the surroundings. Nanan's mother heaved a sigh of relief. He's gone. Jade green swamp sea of bamboos. Nanan's mother saw Tang Tian. Her face that was filled with despair suddenly lit up. The steel sword in her hand did not retreat. But today, she did not do it to pass time. Nanan's mother did not understand. Their target seems to be Nanan. Tang Tian did not dare to be careless. This kind of terrain, to Di Han's fighting style, was a natural hunting ground. Old Crane's gaze was deep and wise. His wrinkled face had a warm smile. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. Her gaze was attracted to the ancient book in her hand. Could it be that Tang Tian had some special blood meridians? The sword and the blade clashed. The steel sword shattered. Is it very powerful? Tang Tian saw that Nanan's mother's expression was not right. He quickly interrupted her. Han Bingning stood rooted to the ground. The white-clothed young man held onto his sword and walked down the winding mountain path. His steps were calm and elegant. The mountain breeze blew his silver hair. His gentle face was calm and determined. Tang Tian was a person that was full of coincidences. But as time passed, Han Bingning had a feeling that these coincidences were not coincidences. You killed the Onyx Soul's men. They will definitely not let this go. You must be careful. Nanan's mother looked at Tang Tian worriedly. Her tone was firm. I will bring Nanan away from here tonight. We will go to my brother's place. Onyx Soul? It was the first time Tang Tian heard of this name. At this time, Nanan finally burst into tears. Tang Tian, who was shuttling through the sea of bamboos, suddenly stopped. He looked at the time. Why wasn't Nanan here yet? A few days ago, Tang Tian discovered that the second crane did not listen to his commands. No matter how much Tang Tian urged it, it did not move an inch. The crane-style Chi manual, spirit card, did not have any relevant experience. When he asked Old Fartway was also at a loss. Go, say goodbye to your mother. You don't understand, Onyx Soul. Nanan's mother said bitterly. Onyx Soul is an extremely terrifying and mysterious group. They are cold and emotionless. They are the infamous Dark Hunters in Heaven's Road. They have an unusual obsession with star treasures. Their power is beyond your imagination. They have a lot of experts, which is even more unusual. Onyx Soul has a very long history. When Heaven's Road was just discovered, Onyx Soul was born. They are one of the most ancient groups. He had just experienced this kind of attack a few days ago. Seeing it today, he recognized it immediately. Nanan's mother waved her steel sword and blocked a black-clothed man. The black-clothed man wore a black mask, revealing only a pair of eyes. He used dual blades. His blade techniques were strange and cold. The cold blade aura was like ice. The black-clothed man's body was surrounded by fluttering snowflakes. Facing this figure that was as straight as a sword, all words seemed to be weak and powerless. Dihan. Tang Tian's eyes were awe-inspiring. He quietly took out a pair of black metal gloves from the Aquarius Marshall cabinet. In terms of scale, even Crystal Sky could not compare to Northern Yan's library. The principals of Northern Yan were all maniacs. Under the management of generations, they created a library of astonishing scale. Nanan's mother's sword sliced off the outermost layer of the black-clothed man, revealing a bronze plate. On the bronze plate, there was a bright red word pawn. So powerful. Tang Tian's eyes widened. Slaying lightning bolt. The black-clothed man was shocked. The combination of the dual blades was his trump card. In order to kill the enemy in one strike, he did not hold back. His eyes were filled with shock. Nanan had already stopped crying. She moved over. She saw the face of the black-clothed man and exclaimed, I know him. A few days ago, I saw him asking if he had seen the cross mark. Nanan seemed to have seen it on Big Brother's hand before. But Nanan was very smart and did not tell him. Did he see through it? But Nanan acted very well. The Crane sect disciples looked at him with complicated gazes. Why would they target you guys? Tang Tian was curious. The authority of the library was strictly divided. But Han Bingning had the highest authority. She could browse through any books. There were very few people here. It was very quiet. This was where Han Bingning spent her time. Phew. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He sat on the floor. He did not feel anything when he was tense. But now that the battle was over, his limbs were sore. But for some reason, Tang Tian, who had just experienced a life and death battle, did not feel any fear. Nanan's mother's face changed. She said with a trembling voice, "Onyx soul." Broken shadow palm and light body techniques improved quickly in the jaded swamp bamboo sea. Very quickly, a small bamboo house appeared in front. This sword had accompanied you for your entire life. It has a natural sensitivity to the martial arts of the Crane sect. This time, I could sense that someone had mastered the second stage of the Crane body energy. It was all thanks to this sword. Bring it with you. It can help you find the other party. I do not know who the other party is. But I believe in your ability. If even you cannot save the Crane sect, then it is destined to be destroyed. The black-robed man's eyes lit up. He bellowed. The two blades became one. A crescent moon blade aura slashed down. Tang Tian's posture did not look like much, but his speed was very fast. Especially with his long true power, he could fly very far in one breath. He did not need to take a breath in the middle. Dark martial artist? Han Bingning thought about Tang Tian's cheerful look. She shook her head. How could this guy be a dark martial artist? She kept pulling out and putting them back. For the entire morning, she kept repeating the same thing. Be careful. Almost at the same time, Nan exclaimed. It made Tang Tian come back to his senses. Southern Cross constellation. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he tapped lightly on the ground. His figure left a trail of afterimages in the air. The black-robed man was like a sandbag. He flew out and landed on the ground. He did not move. Tang Tian's heart trembled, the cross mark. Normally, Nan would have arrived by now. Why was she not here today? Did she meet with an accident on the way? Tang Tian threw it to the side. But when he was training his light body techniques, Tang Tian realized that his endurance had become more outstanding. Chapter 40. Tang Tian was disappointed. It can't be. The Southern Cross constellation hardship plate is very powerful. They actually don't like it? Tang Tian carried a big bag on his back and returned to Caramel Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced toward Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng looked at him with ridicule, as though he was watching a joke. Housefly cow. You bastard. How can you eat all the barbecued meat alone? A big hand suddenly appeared in front of Tang Tian, sealing off Tang Tian's path forward. Tang Tian grabbed his hair, his face black. He was in a bad mood. Nan's departure made him sad. Onyx Soul was related to the Southern Cross hardship plate. He did not have any fear, even if old Fartway said Onyx Soul was very strong. Seems like it? Tang Tian's face twisted, although he was naturally strong, but under the pressure of all the aunties and uncles on the street, he was quickly defeated. His clothes were wrinkled, and his shoes were full of footprints. A weak sense of perception connected him with the little universe sleeve dart. With a thought, a small black arrow transformed into a ray of black light, extremely fast. Tang Tian followed the direction of the black shadow and sucked in a breath of cold air. 10 meters away on the tree trunk, only a small hole was left. The black sleeve dart actually completely pierced through the eucalyptus tree that was more than 2 feet long. Bang! Old Fartway saw the fierceness in Tang Tian's eyes and suddenly laughed. I know a little. Onyx Soul is an extremely ancient organization. Oh, it can be said to be one of the oldest organizations in the world. Their organization is very tight, and their relationships are complicated. In the entire history of Heaven's Road, you can see their shadows. They walk in the dark and do things by hook or by crook. If you are targeted by them, you will most likely die a horrible death. Young man, you're in big trouble. Stepping into the air, Tang Tian lowered his body, and the palm wind swept past his head. The congealed palm wind brushed past Tang Tian's scalp, but Tang Tian did not seem to feel it. His lowered body was like a spring, suddenly releasing strength. How is it, Tyrant Tang? Haven't I improved a little? Okay, don't worry, I won't lift you up so rudely. I'll torture you slowly. You'll be the first to taste the Zhou family's wooden heart wheel. Don't you feel honored? Zhou Peng said softly, his eyes cold. Blood gushed out from the wound and covered his hand. Tang Tian's speed suddenly increased, his body leaving behind a blurry afterimage in the air. Only that pair of eyes drew two cold arcs in the air. Buzz. As for the rest, he would settle it with his fists. As their palms and fists collided, Tang Tian's body trembled and his feet uncontrollably retreated. When Tang Tian retrieved the hidden dart, a Maori's beast-like burp immediately brought Tang Tian back to his senses. Tang Tian's gaze fell on the thigh bone in a Maori's hand that could be used as a walking stick. He was dumbfounded. Thinking of this, Tang Tian became cheerful again. He did not need to use too much of his brain. As long as he trained with all his might, this was something he was good at. Zhou Peng immediately screamed in fear. Looking at the corpse on the floor, his heart was filled with hatred. What bullshit, Onyx Soul, I'll remember this debt. Tang Tian, who was filled with rage, stripped the black-robed man naked, leaving nothing behind. The stripped corpse was then thrown into the swamp. Tang Tian tied the little Chen Kuan sleeve dart on his wrist, and tried to inject true power. The unknown beast's astonishing thigh bone did not have any meat left, as though it had been washed. Tang Tian's face was filled with shock. This brat's strength had actually become so strong. If the Southern Cross hardship plate was really like what old Fart Wei said, then Onyx Soul could actually help him find out. He opened up his palm. Unknowingly, his palm had a deep wound that revealed the bone. Why should I be afraid? Tang Tian looked at old Fart Wei with disdain. With his hands on his waist, he looked up at the sky and said arrogantly, I am a young lad who is determined to become a god. Onyx Soul, you are destined to be one of my defeated enemies in my grand journey. Good stuff. Tang Tian immediately went to look for the sleeve dart that he had just shot. Oh, you can keep this bronze plate. Onyx Soul only recognizes the plate, not the person. If you kill someone and take the plate, Onyx Soul will not care. But I reckon that this brat is very poor and does not have many points. You will know in the future, Onyx Soul has a lot of things that are very convenient. For example, information. Onyx Soul's information gathering ability, no one is stronger than them. The twin blades are not bad. The standard is about the same as your Fornax series. Oh, this thing is not bad. Sagittarius Constellation's little Chen Kuan sleeve dart, a black iron treasure. You have trained in concealed weapons before, you can use it. These few star rocks are not of high grade. Oh, use them to buy things. Old Fart Wei looked like a profiteer. Southern Cross Constellation? Old Fart Wei was startled. Southern Cross Constellation is the smallest constellation. Why would Onyx Soul be interested in it? You don't have to worry too much. Old Fart Wei consoled Tang Tian. Onyx Soul has many internal factions. It is more complicated than any other organization. Many times, their actions do not truly represent Onyx Soul's intentions. If Onyx Soul is really interested in the Southern Cross hardship plate in your hands, they would not just send a few Onyx Soul soldiers. Zhou Peng's palm surfaced an undetectable green color. In his heart, he had already agreed with old Fart Wei's words. The brat that he killed should have a strength similar to Di Han. But if that was the case, wouldn't the brilliant idea that he had just thought of be for naught? Di Han. Old Fart Wei revealed a look of surprise. Onyx Soul's people are participating in the martial meet? This is really weird. They are interested in the Southern Cross hardship plate, and also in the martial meet? Old Fart Wei's words did not reveal any emotions. His gaze was deep. Tang Tian turned his face. Upon seeing Zhou Peng, he immediately laughed. That's great. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Zhou Peng was stunned. Suddenly, a piercing pain came from his palm. Old Fart Wei's gaze landed on the bronze plate. His hand immediately stopped in midair. He stood up and walked to the pile of things, squatted down, and fiddled with it for a while. Seeing Tang Tian's blank face, old Fart Wei explained, the stronger the constellation, the more powerful the star treasures can be. Southern Cross Constellation is the smallest constellation. Its star treasures should not be too strong. Onyx Soul's people are only interested in strong star treasures, strong martial techniques. Unless there is some secret in the Southern Cross hardship plate? Today's competition is about to start. There are so many people. Maori looked around. Nan Nan burst into tears. Suddenly, a cold voice drilled into Tang Tian's ears. Yo yo yo, isn't this our tyrant Tang? Why are you in such a sorry state? Hearing Nan Nan's cries, which gradually traveled further and further, Tang Tian's heart was at a loss. Tang Tian flew into a rage and roared in the forest. This guy's standard doesn't seem too high. Tang Tian pointed to the bronze plate on the ground and said, this time in a real battle, he felt that slaying lightning bolt was the most suitable martial technique for sneak attacks out of all his martial techniques. The lightning fast fist speed, used for sneak attacks, was always successful. Maori's face was full of satisfaction. Old Fartway was speechless. Aren't you afraid? Tang Tian was about to push the hand away, but suddenly, it disappeared in front of Tang Tian. Nan Nan, say goodbye to Big Brother, we're leaving. Nan Nan's mother said with determination. As long as he worked hard to train and become stronger, Onyx Soul and the others would naturally help him find the secret of the Southern Cross hardship plate. Tang Tian suddenly grinned and made a funny face at Zhou Peng. Hey old fart, you know about Onyx Soul, right? Tang Tian stared at old Fartway. A gust of wind from the palms struck his head, and Tang Tian's expression turned cold. So fast. A trace of mockery appeared on Zhou Peng's mouth again. He extended his palm and lightly pressed it towards Tang Tian. Zhou Peng felt as if he was being locked on by a wild beast. Seems like you're in big trouble. Tang Tian's heart was in pain. He could only use his hand to rub Nan Nan's head, as if something was stuck in his throat. Although they had not spent much time together, but Nan Nan was cute and innocent, and Tang Tian liked her a lot. The Southern Cross hardship plate had already fused with him, and he was not the least bit worried that someone would snatch it away. A ferocious Chi rushed towards him. Hey 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 young man, this toy is very dangerous. Old Fartway hurriedly reminded. A Maori hugged the barbecued meat by the side and gobbled it up. He completely did not care about Old Fartway and Tang Tian's conversation. Old Fartway did not know when he came back and was happily barbecuing meat. A Maori squatted at the side, watching anxiously. Tang Tian's face was black. He walked towards the two of them, and with a bang, he threw the package on the ground. He retreated 7 to 8 steps before he stabilized himself. Damn it. I have high hopes for these people from Onyx Soul. Tang Tian mumbled. Nan Nan's mother was also very sad, but she hardened her heart and carried Nan Nan. After saying goodbye to Tang Tian, she turned and disappeared into the sea of bamboos. They are looking for me. Tang Tian did not hide anything. They should be after my mother's relic, the Southern Cross hardship plate. Tang Tian shook his head. I don't know, I met Di Han. Although he did not show himself, but it must be him. The contents of the package were scattered all over the ground. He is just an Onyx Soul soldier. Old Fartway glanced at him and said, in Onyx Soul, they are not even considered as the outer circle. Onyx Soul's strength is beyond your imagination. Onyx Soul has all kinds of martial techniques, all kinds of treasures. Every member of Onyx Soul only needs to complete the corresponding missions and obtain points. As long as you have enough points, you can exchange for anything. Why is Onyx Soul so passionate about star treasures and collecting martial techniques? These things have a fatal attraction to martial artists. Not only that, as long as you can think of it, anything as long as you have enough points, it can be provided. Pongtangton, you have to be careful. These people from Onyx Soul are very dangerous. Nan Nan's mother was filled with worry. She turned and entered the house. After a while, she had a small jar in her hands. You have helped us so much and even saved Nan Nan. I don't have anything else to give you. This bamboo queen bee glue, keep it well, it should be enough for you to use for a period of time. Old Fartway stared at Tang Tian's face for a long time and used his hands to cover his face. The ignorant are fearless. I was really wrong. How could this idiot know fear? Tang Tian's attention shifted to the spoils of war and immediately said, Hey, old fart, help me take a look. Is there anything useful in here? Chapter 41. Zhou Peng's uncontrollable scream came from behind. Tang Tian and a Maori laughed out loud. Zhou Peng's hand was wrapped in bandages. He did not say a word. His expression was gloomy. Seems like you are full of energy. Old Fartway suddenly appeared with killing intent. This is an opportunity. The great clan elder was excited. I never thought that our Star Wind City would have an undiscovered starry door. The heavens are helping our Zhou family. This time, no matter what, we have to get a pass. The gray mist dissipated. An expressionless young man closed his eyes and held his spear horizontally. Although the young man was lifelike, but it could be seen that he was different from a real person. His expression was indifferent. His skin and clothes were like gray glass. The two looked at each other and laughed out loud. Although you are rookies, you only lack actual combat experience. Compared to the experts outside, you are still much stronger. Also, the experts of Wu and Star are mostly here at the Star Wind Martial Meet. City Master has thought of a brilliant idea. Old Fartway's eyes flashed, but you are rookies. I'm afraid the casualties will not be small. So City Master has requested for the schools to be the units. The top 10 will immediately get the first pass. Also, no matter the final ranking, everyone's gains from the martial meet will all belong to themselves. This is a ruthless move. Everyone's heart was filled with curiosity. Especially when the city master announced the rules for the pass. Not only did no one quit, many people rushed to the city master's mansion, hoping to participate in the martial meet. Although it was dangerous, it often meant opportunities and riches. Riches are always accompanied by blood. If it's not your own, it's someone else's. Master Wu laughed. Let others bleed and we earn. If that's the case, it's too dangerous. City Master said hesitantly. Starry door? Tang Tian's mouth was wide open. His face was lifeless. After a while, he reacted, where does the starry door lead to? But this time, I'm afraid many people will die. City Master sighed. City Master has been generous for so many years. It's time to reap the rewards. Master Wu smiled. Under the generous reward, there will be brave men. If you and I are willing, they will be able to obtain more rewards. To them it is a good thing. For this martial meet, I am willing to represent my Wu clan and donate a bronze treasure, Crow Wing Spear. Housefly Cow, to be able to make such a disgusting person even more disgusting, you really are my good comrade. Tang Tian also imitated a Maori and said in a serious tone. Tang Tian and a Maori were at a loss. As long as you guys know that the pass is worth a lot of money. Old Fartway muttered to himself, seems like I have to go all out this time. If I can get my hands on a pass, Caramel Academy won't have to worry about food and drink for the next 10 years. Hiss. Old man, do you want to join us? Tang Tian and a Maori were excited. The city lord laughed heartily. It was Lord Wu who enlightened me. Since we have the rights to the Stargate, why don't we let everyone develop it together? Although they will share some of the benefits, in this way, if others want to snatch it from us, they will become everyone's enemy. It can also speed up the development process, so why not? Long live. Then I will start building the guards. The city lord rubbed his palms together. The temperature in the hall suddenly dropped, and the spirit card shattered, transforming into a gray mist. The gray mist churned and changed. As expected of a noble from a big place, his demeanor made the Star Wind City Lord feel ashamed. The City Lord's sudden announcement of the Stargate immediately caused Star Wind City to boil. I want to kill him. Kill him. Lord Wu put down the teacup in his hand. I have an idea. I heard that your city's Star Wind martial meet is about to begin. The great clan elder smiled. Summon it out for me to see. Honestly, I am also very curious about Grandmaster Yang Yun's isolated spirit spear. A brand new Stargate meant a huge stable income. Zhou Peng's eyes lit up. He clenched his fists tightly. What does Lord Wu mean? The city lord was hesitant. Who cares, at most we will fight. Tang Tian said disapprovingly, then looked at a Maori in astonishment. Housefly Cow, are you afraid of him? A Maori immediately shrunk his neck. This would be a long-term and stable benefit. Very good, you still have the will to fight. The great clan elder nodded. He took out a silver card. This rank 4 silver ranked. Isolated spirit card was obtained by me when I was young. It was created by the great spear master Yang Yun. It's a pity that our Zhou family does not have any juniors who train in spear arts, so it can only be used to summon spirit generals. In this month, it can also ensure your safety. Then when do we start exploring? The city lord looked at Lord Wu anxiously. Bang! A burst of ferocious qi, with the spirit general as the center, swept through every corner like a storm. There is a new stargate near Marshall Meet. Old Fartway's expression congealed. In the past, Star Wind City was a city of academies. There were not many benefits, and naturally there were no disputes. Your wisdom can make the sun lose its color. Lord Wu complimented. As long as we don't go too deep, there won't be too much danger. Their strength, if I were to say something offensive to the city lord, I'm afraid they are more powerful than the city lord's guards. Lord Wu glanced at the city lord. In the past, Star Wind City did not have anything worth coveting, but now, as your business partner, I have to remind you, Star Wind City with a stargate will make the surrounding people jealous. Wealth will always attract desperate people like moths to a flame. Controlling Star Wind City, to the current you, is the most important thing. Bang! City Lord is indeed good at business. Lord Wu looked at the crazy flow of people outside. With a face of admiration, he said, without spending anything, everyone is already fighting to the death. City Lord clapped his hands and laughed. Oh, that's great. This is such a good opportunity. Lord Wu smiled. I think there is no place in Wuan Star that has more experts than the Star Wind Marshall Meet. Tang Tian and Amauri were both stunned. Lord Wu smiled. City Lord is too polite. With this Stargate, it means that we have a stable source of income. I still have to thank City Lord. Star Wind City is a good place. Even the air is floating with the smell of money. Why don't we let them test the waters first? So many experts, just to use them to perform in the competition, what a waste. Lord Wu's face was full of pain. They can totally be the first wave of pioneers. City Lord was pleased. I never thought that even Lord Wu would know of the Star Wind Marshall Meet. This competition can be considered to have some influence. The Wu clan of Corvus Constellation was a big clan. City Lord's face was gloomy. The other party's words hit his heart. Of course, the sooner the better. Lord Wu lightly sipped on his tea. The situation has changed. Old Fartway's expression became serious. He lowered his voice. This time, Star Wind Marshall Meet is different from the past. And with the pass, it meant that in the future when the Stargate was opened, they would be able to have a share of the profits. The great clan elder's finger trembled. The silver card became a ray of silver light and landed in Zhou Peng's hand. Different? Tang Tian and Amauri simultaneously raised their heads. Everyone's expression changed. City Lord's face relaxed. Lord Wu is indeed generous, good. Since that's the case, let's do it this way. But now, the spirit general's feet were 1 foot off the ground, floating in the air. Everyone's gaze was focused on Zhou Peng. Yang Yun was a spear master 200 years ago. His most famous spear technique was the isolated spirit spear. We have already reached an agreement with Andrew Academy. Both parties are working together. Zhou family patriarch said respectfully, as long as we have the pass, both parties will enjoy the rights to enter. On our side, we will be using a total of 6 experts. This was a spirit general. Every starry door was a door of wealth. The great clan elder nodded his head in satisfaction. His gaze swept to the gloomy Zhou Peng and said coldly, "What's this little setback? You will have the chance to take revenge soon." When Lord Wu came to find him, he did not believe it. He did not expect that Lord Wu would really find a starry door near Star Wind City. According to the contract, the starry door would be owned by him and Lord Wu. An unknown place. Old Fartway shook his head. That's why City Lord decided to let you guys explore. Old Fartway was not excited. His eyes flashed with a hint of worry. The wooden man beside Zhou Peng seems to be quite powerful. Amauri revealed a look of reminiscence. Fundamental Tang, I never thought that you would be such a despicable, treacherous and cunning person. Amauri put on a straight face and said in a serious tone, but he immediately laughed, "Ha, But it's so cool. You can actually use the crane-style chi manual in such a sinister way, as expected of a godlike man. Zhou Peng, that sissy complex, almost pissed his pants. A fist smashed onto a Maori's head. Go! Old Fartway said decisively. Zhou family patriarch was immediately overjoyed. Thank you, clan elder, for your kindness. Peng will definitely continue to work hard and reach new heights. Zhou Peng's face revealed a look of joy. He clenched his teeth, his fingers slid across the edge of the card. The thin card, in a moment, cut his fingers, and fresh blood stained the spirit card. The two of them raised their arms and cheered. Master Wu's presence is truly the honor of our Star Wind City. The city lord's face was full of flattery. In front of him, a tall and skinny man, dressed in an expensive robe, with a graceful smile on his face, made people feel as though they were bathing in the spring wind. Streams of fresh blood were suddenly attracted and entered the forehead of the spirit card. The city lord smiled, his eyes squinting. Let's get rich together, let's get rich together. Afraid of him? Amauri's eyes widened, he raised the blade in his hand and flew into a rage. Fundamental Tang, you are insulting a man who is determined to create his own martial Tao. Only with a duel can you wash away this humiliation. The spirit general suddenly opened his eyes. Where does the star door lead to? What's there? Star Wind City Lord's residence. Security was tight. Tang Tian, under Zhou Peng's screams, disappeared into the crowd with a Maori. Chapter 42. Who? Did I succeed? Who? It was extremely dull, without any joy. Again and again he unleashed the martial techniques that he felt he was extremely familiar with. Training, meditating, training again, meditating again. Yuan, do your best. Kill them. The two of them shouted at the same time, then looked at each other and laughed. Pooh. Tang Tian's face did not have the usual playful and untamed look, only concentration. The face that usually did not have a serious look was now as sharp as a knife, just like his gaze. Tang Tian curiously sized up the starry door. He suddenly realized the starry door in front of him and the light door in his body were similar. Other than not having the cross mark, everything else seemed to be the same. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, when Tang Tian woke up in a daze, it was already late at night. An intense feeling of hunger filled his entire body, his limbs were weak. Tang Tian felt that he could eat a cow. No one spoke to him, he could only hear the wind from his fists, his intense heartbeat and the sound of sweat dripping onto the stone floor. Amauri's expression relaxed a little. He suddenly asked, Fundamental Tang, are you not afraid? Tang Tian was stunned. If the housefly cow was roaring and training, Tang Tian would completely ignore it. That fellow was a training maniac. But to have such a worried look was really rare. Let's start from tomorrow's battle, defeat one enemy after another. Even if we lose, we will not be afraid. Even if we die, we will not retreat. Tang Tian said, let's fight side by side and kill them all. Let's go in. Old Fartway walked at the front, his expression congealed. He held a tattered, rusty-looking iron blade that looked like it was found in a rubbish heap. Every fist was sweat, every fist was a battle. Tang Tian looked at Zhou Peng. Seeing Zhou Peng staring at him, he suddenly had an idea. He lowered his head and whispered a few words into a Maori's ear. A Maori nodded and looked at Zhou Peng with ill intentions. A Maori was stunned. Tang Tian and a Maori hurriedly followed and stepped into the light door. With a thunderous roar, Tang Tian took a step forward like lightning and punched out. Tang Tian slowly punched out. A Maori's eyes widened and his cheeks puffed up. As if he was using all his strength, he slowly punched out. The fist and the palm collided lightly. Tang Tian recognized Han Bingning at first glance. He jumped up and waved his hands, shouting, young girl, good luck. A Maori came back to his senses and scratched his head. When I was young, I thought that was cool. When I grew up, I didn't know why, but whenever I thought about this, I would be filled with motivation and my blood would boil. Maybe I thought it was something amazing. Suddenly, his body trembled, as if something had suddenly opened up within him. The first ray of sunlight pierced through the forest and landed on the youth's palm. "Thank you for your compliment." Amauri bowed respectfully. The first batch to enter the starry door was the Crystal Sky Academy. Walking in front was the principal of Crystal Sky. Sima Xiangshan was in second place, but everyone had a solemn expression. The second batch was the Northern Yen Academy. Similarly, it was led by the principal, but it was all female students. They carried swords and walked, looking valiant and formidable, extremely eye-catching. "What are you afraid of?" Tang Tian patted Amauri's shoulder with force. "You are a man who wants to create your own martial path. Just treat it as a form of training. There is nothing to worry about. If there is any danger, everyone will kill it together." This punch seemed to have used up all the true power in Tang Tian's body. The exhaustion caused his mind to go blank. He maintained the posture of the punch, not moving an inch. Tang Tian raised his right palm. The two palms clapped in the air. Amauri suddenly held his palm and screamed in an even more hair-raising voice. "I want to kill you. I want to kill you." Tang Tian chewed on the flatbread and said to himself, "When this is over, I will go find Chia. Even if I leave, I will leave with a victory. That way, I will not regret it." Back in his room, Tang Tian laid on the floor and slept soundly. After a long time, it was Caramel Academy's turn. First. Amauri was dumbstruck. "Your acting is too despicable." Tang Tian gave a thumbs up. Amauri shook his head. "What is there to be afraid of? Anyway, it is training. With a cool and handsome goal, I am more motivated. The unchanging days were really too boring. So young, yet I do not want to do anything. Even the heavens would feel that it is a pity." At the same time, his huge body resembled a wild beast. He mimicked the writhing movements of an injured person. It was indescribably disgusting and terrifying. "Housefly cow, I will grind your bones to dust." Tang Tian suddenly turned his face. "Housefly cow, why do you want to create your own martial Tao?" Suddenly, his gaze landed on the training grounds. Tang Tian, Amauri. What a powerful spirit general. What a powerful aura. The two of them laughed out loud. Zhou Peng's figure became even more pathetic. Even his spirit general seemed to be overshadowed. Even the Zhou family subconsciously distanced themselves from Zhou Peng. Tang Tian and Amauri's move was too vicious. With the flatbread in his mouth, Tang Tian appeared beside Amauri in a few leaps. Han Bingning's eyes twitched. Han Bingning stopped in her tracks. The female students behind her lowered their heads and chuckled. It must be a famous general card. Tang Tian pretended to smile. "That's great. I did not expect you to deliver yourself to me." Han Bingning regained her senses and immediately replied, "Yes, principal." Only the cross-light door knew of Tang Tian's hard work and sweat. The starry door was heavily guarded. In this space where time did not flow, Tang Tian's lonely figure remained the same. Food, fly out, fly out. The starry door was located in a remote valley in a karst cave. The top of the karst cave had been excavated and expanded. It was obvious that it had been completed not long ago. After interacting with Amauri for a long time, Tang Tian understood Amauri very well. Don't judge Amauri based on his appearance. Inside, he was extremely kind and timid. Tang Tian was startled. He comforted him. "Don't worry. This godlike young lad will help you." Zhou Peng's face was as red as a fire. He clenched his fists so hard that they turned white. The mocking gazes made him feel an unprecedented humiliation. The two strange actions immediately attracted the attention of the people around them. "Oh, so this is Tang Tian?" The principal in front suddenly turned his head and asked. All the true power in his body was like countless strings being plucked at the same time. Countless ripples, like thousands of streams returning to the origin, converged on Tang Tian's fist. His gaze followed the fist. "Don't be afraid." Tang Tian leaned on the railings. While munching on the flatbread, he said, "I have thought about it. I want to take first place and give it to Old Fart Wei. Old Fart Wei gave me the crane-style chi manual. He is a good person. Although I don't know why Old Fart Wei is so powerful and still guarding Caramel Academy, I think he must have his reasons. Everyone has something they want to fight for. Since this is what Old Fart Wei wants to do, I will help him. I want to defeat the others and take first place for Old Fart Wei. With the pass, Caramel Academy will definitely be very powerful in the future. When that time comes, I will beg Old Fart Wei to recruit Teacherson to Caramel Academy. Teacherson is a very good teacher. After doing all these, I will have no worries to find Xie and go to Heaven's Road. Oh, this is my goal this time. I want to complete it. Time is up. Isolated Spirit Spear. Oh my god. It's the Isolated Spirit Spear. Amauri suddenly imitated Zhou Peng. He pinched his voice and used a voice that would cause one's hair to stand. Yo yo yo, isn't this our school tyrant Tang? Why are you in such a sorry state? An indescribable tremor started from the third-tier Dantian pool and quickly spread to every corner of his body. The light in Tang Tian's eyes exploded. He took a deep breath and the true power in his body surged. The fist that he had just retracted suddenly punched out. Other than the time when he was in deep sleep, Tang Tian did not waste any time at all. Tang Tian swallowed his saliva and muttered to himself as he frantically searched for food. Luckily, everyone in Caramel Academy was a foodie. This place was far from Star Wind City, so they had plenty of food on hand. Tang Tian quickly took out a few pieces of flatbread and started wolfing them down. In front of the starry door, there were many students waiting to enter the starry door. Surprisingly, the mayor rejected the idea of registering again. But for those who were not students to register, they could form a team to fight against the other academies. His heavy breathing was like a bellow, perspiration flowed down Tang Tian's cheeks. His face that was as sharp as a knife seemed to have solidified into a sculpture. When it was Andrew Academy's turn, the crowd exclaimed for the first time. The stunned Amauri's gaze seemed to have something breaking out of his cocoon. He said seriously, "Fundamental Tang, you are right. A martial arts path that cannot bring victory has no meaning." "Then are you afraid?" Tang Tian munched on the flatbread again. "I am afraid that after putting in so much effort, I will not be able to get anything. I am afraid that after putting in so much effort, I will be further and further away." The number on the starry door jumped from 100,000 to 200,000 to the current 990,000. The wind from the fist reverberated behind the starry door. Tang Tian's fist silently landed on the fog wall. Amauri raised his head and mumbled, "I am going to the starry door tomorrow. I am a little nervous." "Alright, this question is a little too complicated." Amauri leaned on the railing, as if he was thinking about something. "Then why are you afraid of fighting?" Tang Tian finished the last small piece of flatbread, turned his face and looked at Amauri seriously. "You are so hardworking in training, all for the sake of creating your own martial arts path. All martial arts are for the sake of victory. What is the meaning of a martial arts path that cannot bring victory? Only by fighting can there be a possibility of victory. Every victory was like a step. With every victory, you would be closer to your goal. The stronger your enemy is, the more you defeat him, the stronger and more perfect your martial arts path will become. This is truly a difficult battle." The world around them spun. The two of them separated, facing each other. Genius young man. The fog wall in front of them suddenly collapsed like an avalanche, turning into countless of fine fog particles, dissipating in the air. Zhou Peng did not feel the slightest bit pleased with himself. He stared at Tang Tian with hatred and hatred, his eyes filled with killing intent. When he was extremely tired, he only needed to close his eyes, and Tang Tian would fall asleep. Tang Tian and Amauri gave each other a high five excitedly. Minute collapsing fists, low and trembling sound, lingered in the ears. True power was like a bowstring, being plucked over and over again. The extremely simple and dull training quietly flowed by. Sweat had long soaked through his clothes. In the rising steam, Tang Tian was like a machine, repeating the same action over and over again. Tang Tian's loud shout sounded out again. Han Bingning could almost imagine. Shen Yuan definitely wanted to find a hole to hide in. Her emotions immediately calmed down. "Housefly cow, what's on your mind?" Tang Tian wolfed down his food and said vaguely, I succeeded, hoo. But why is the cross door in my body? As expected of a genius young man. Northern Yen principal praised. His voice was extremely soft, as though he did not use any strength. The two of them who were self-directing and self-acting could no longer hold it in, and laughed out loud. The surrounding people then realized the matter of Zhou Peng and Tang Tian having a conflict on the street had long been spread. They did not expect the two of them to actually recreate the scene of that day. Amaury's acting was extremely comical, and many people could not help but laugh. Clubs. Could the cross door be a star door? I heard this kind of opening is very dangerous. Amaury mumbled. As expected, happiness comes from competition. Chapter 43. Watch my toad slash. On the ground beneath his feet, there was a purple grass growing. Looking at it, it was like a purple ocean, with no end in sight. Tang Tian and Amaury's jaws dropped, looking at the sea of purple grass in shock. Who are you trying to fool? Tang Tian and Amaury were dumbstruck. This works too. Amidst the quarrel, the three of them moved very quickly. Old Fartway's light body technique was the best, his speed was fast, and it looked like it was effortless. Tang Tian's speed was not slow either. The rank 3, 8 steps overtaking Cicada was not suitable for traveling, but Tang Tian's chi channels were long, and he maintained a relatively fast speed. Amaury's light body technique was of a different style, as though he was sprinting. Every step he took would sink deep into the ground, and every step he took would cover a distance of a few feet. Rumbling, shocking. Purple cloud grass, non-poisonous, uses, unknown. Fundamental Tang, let's fight to our heart's content. Amaury said subconsciously. The purple shadow was cut into two, and fell into the purple cloud grass. Old Fartway's eyes twitched. True Eye Cylinder, Microscopia Constellation Star Treasure, Black Iron Rank. Old Fartway passed the cylinder to Tang Tian. I don't know about this. Old Fartway said irresponsibly. Let me see. Amaury snatched it. Young lad Tang, have you found any clues about your second crane body? Old Fartway asked while flying. As they went deeper, they could not see anyone else. Fornax constellation is a very special constellation, and it is the only constellation without any star treasures. The Fornax people are experts in forging. They use the Fornax fragments and add them into the smelting process to obtain the unique Fornax weapons. Old Fartway said frankly with assurance, so the classification of the Fornax weapons is very similar to the star treasures. Try to inject your true power into the weapon, and then call it. He coughed lightly. This is called the Black Iron Fire, and is the unique property of the Fornax weapons, but not many people know about it. In the future, you will encounter all kinds of weapons and treasures. Remember, only by obtaining their recognition can you display their true strength. In the past, I was afraid that you would rely too much on its power, but now, be careful. Old Fartway suddenly exclaimed. At this time, the sky had already begun to darken. The dusk here was not the usual orange, but a very rare color. Watch my Mad Bull blade slash. Old Fartway's eyes flashed a strange look. The two of them immediately pricked up their ears. These two fellows. The two of them worked together seamlessly, advancing at lightning speed. The purple shadow just now was a cluster of purple vines that crisscrossed each other like a circular net. The inside of the net was full of sharp, jagged barbs. Tang Tian and Amaury felt a chill run down their spines. If he was accidentally covered by it, wouldn't that be? Old Fartway was stunned. You want to get first place? Amaury's body shrunk into a ball. The black iron saber in his hand slashed out a saber light towards Ziying. If you want to get first place? Old Fartway thought for a while and said, unless we can get the Star Lexicon Spirit Stone. Tang Tian's hands were holding 7 to 8 fishing rods. The fishing rods were spread out in a fan shape, and every fishing rod had a toad hanging on it, croaking nonstop. It was extremely mighty and majestic. Amaury carried his saber and followed Tang Tian like a tiger watching its prey. Old Fartway leisurely followed behind the two of them. Seeking water sail, Vela Constellation's treasure, black iron grade. Old Fartway explained, "It only has one use, and that is to find a water source within a distance of 200 miles. A Maori carried his black iron long saber and was filled with killing intent. You actually used a silver grade card to trick me. Sounds a little silly?" Tang Tian muttered, but he still injected true power into the black iron gloves and raised his head. "How do I summon it?" On the vast purple grasslands, many figures could be seen. Those with good light body techniques could only be seen as small black dots. Old Fartway raised his head and looked at the vast purple grasslands and said, "You guys must be careful." A Maori looked at Tang Tian. "I support fundamental Tang. We want to be number one." Behind the cross door was a vast purple grasslands. Another purple figure appeared. "Deceiving a child? Should we hurry up?" A Maori asked. "Watch my downwind blade slash. To deal with these kinds of things, I have my own unique skills." Old Fartway said. In his hands, there was a fishing rod. At the tip of the fishing rod, there was a toad tied to it. Old Fartway then realized that he had been exposed. He laughed. "Actually, this thing, I specially asked a friend to borrow it." Old Fartway was well prepared. He took out a tent and set it up. Tang Tian said helplessly, "No matter how the second crane body is tossed around, it doesn't move an inch. Forget it." But Minute Collapsing Fist has some breakthroughs. There were many snow-white stones by the lake. Old Fartway used his true eye to look at them. They were called snowflower stones. It was a higher-grade stone material. But to the three of them, it had no value. Just as a Maori's feet were about to step on the ground, he was alarmed. Coincidentally, he heard Old Fartway's exclamation. He instinctively retracted his feet. A Maori's face turned pale. "You tyrant! You actually lied to us that you were poor." Tang Tian's face turned black. Old Fartway kept his water-seeking sail and walked in front. "As an old bird, I have to tell you two rookies. Sometimes, there are many inconspicuous, low-grade star treasures that can save your little lives." Tang Tian tried to call out to it. With luck, Tang Tian gently shouted, "Fornix." Old Fartway looked like he was performing a magic trick. In his hands, there was a beautiful mini boat. The small boat was not as big as a palm, but it was very exquisite. The most eye-catching thing was the sail. Old Fartway injected true power into the small boat. The sail spun and finally pointed in a direction. A purple shadow suddenly appeared from the ground. Tang Tian suddenly asked, "Hey, Old Fart, how do we get first place?" After a while, just as Tang Tian thought that Old Fartway was talking nonsense, suddenly he felt a faint connection with the black metal gloves. Could it be that Old Fartway was not joking? Old Fartway walked a few steps forward. The fishing rod in his hands swept horizontally. Suddenly, a purple shadow jumped out from the grass. "Faster?" You must remember, in an unfamiliar environment, do not rush forward recklessly. Old Fartway looked very experienced. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The time difference here in Star Wind City should be about 7 hours. It will be dark soon. We must find a safe place to camp. "It's so beautiful." Tang Tian was shocked. Tang Tian and a Maori were completely dazzled by Old Fartway's endless number of star treasures. Tang Tian and a Maori then saw clearly. "What is this?" Tang Tian pointed to the small cylinder in Old Fartway's hand. Tang Tian stared blankly at the gloves that were wrapped in flames. A Maori learned from Tang Tian and shouted to the black metal long blade, "Fornax." Tang Tian and a Maori's faces turned pale. The color of the purple net cage was exactly the same as the purple cloud grass. It was mixed in the grass and was extremely difficult to distinguish. The vast sea of purple grass in front of them instantly became dangerous in the eyes of the two. Old Fartway took out a few black stones and lit them up. The stones roared as they burned brightly. Old Fartway said that they were called camp stones and could burn for an entire night. "This is a star treasure." Old Fartway said proudly, "It was my spoils of war when I was young." "How is it?" "It's powerful, right?" "All right. Both of your Fornax black metal martial techniques. Although it is not a star treasure, if you use it well, its power is not small." Whoosh! The flames emitted from the blade. A Maori looked like he was holding a flaming knife. He said curiously, "Wow. So powerful." A purple shadow suddenly jumped out from the grass. A Maori moved and unsheathed his long blade. The toad croaked. Tang Tian and a Maori looked at each other, not knowing what old Fartway was trying to do. Tang Tian took it. The small cylinder was rather heavy. There was a piece of glass embedded in it. Tang Tian copied old Fartway and plucked a purple grass and placed it under the small cylinder. A line of words appeared on the glass. Tang Tian nodded with a serious face. Lines of straight colored lines appeared in the sky. It was like the arrangement of colored piano keys. It was breathtakingly beautiful. A bright red flame suddenly emitted from the gloves. Tang Tian's fist was wrapped in a ball of bright red flame. Tang Tian did not feel hot at all. However, the purple grass on the ground quickly withered and lost its moisture. Old Fartway took out the true eye cylinder and shone it at the half of the net vine. He said, "Be careful. It's called the purple net vine. It's very dangerous. The sawtooth has paralyzing poison. Look, this thick tube contains corrosive digestive fluids. Its roots are useful, but it's too deep in the soil. It's too troublesome to dig it out." Wawa! It's so beautiful! A Maori could not believe it. He stared blankly at the sea of grass in front of him. The three of them sat around the bonfire and chatted. Old Fartway's face congealed. He carefully walked to the place where the purple shadow fell and flicked his blade. "Wawa! This is so powerful!" Tang Tian exclaimed. Old Fartway did not even unsheath his blade. He flicked his wrist and slashed. The purple shadow was split into two and fell into the grass. Old Fartway was the first to regain his senses. He plucked a stalk of purple grass from the ground. Unknowingly, he had a small cylinder in his hand. Old Fartway shone the cylinder on the purple grass and heaved a sigh of relief. "There's no poison." Tang Tian. A Maori borrowed the strength of his blade and shot towards Tang Tian's position. Tang Tian extended his hand and grabbed a Maori. A Maori's face turned pale. It was just an instinctive reaction. Now that he regained his senses, his face was frighteningly pale. The three of them walked for about 4 hours before they finally found a water source. A huge lake appeared in front of them. The lake was like a sapphire, crystal clear. Arriving at the lakeside, there were many different kinds of creatures. Monkeys flying around with wings, lizards that looked like fish, and many brightly colored birds flew across the lake. Old Fartway decided to camp here. There were many wild beasts here, which meant that there were no large-sized wild beasts. It was relatively safer, as expected of young man Tang. Chapter 44. Hee hee. Old Fartway's lips curled into a playful smile. "Since we have decided to be first, then we have to speed up. Let me, as a senior, tell you two rookies how to find the Star Lexicon Spirit Stone." 2 hours later, the three of them finally arrived at the foot of the snowy mountain. Old Fartway raised his head and looked at the towering mountain peak. The peak of the mountain was covered with snow that never melted. The red mountain body was very special. He knocked a red rock from the ground and placed it under the true eye cylinder. "Let's play rock, paper, scissors," Tang Tian said. "Wah wah wah, let's go. In the end, we have to rely on our strength," Old Fartway said confidently. Tang Tian awoke and looked around. "Where's Old Fartway? Where's a Maori?" Tang Tian looked up at the sky. As the sunlight grew stronger, the colorful keyboard patterns in the sky disappeared. Tang Tian and Old Fartway pulled a Maori and quickly rushed into the yellow light barrier. In his hands, there was a black fan-shaped object. The outer arc of the fan was a sliding guide rail. On it, there were many complex patterns carved on it. There was a pointer-like hard rod, with the end resting on the outer arc guide rail. Morning came. It was as though the sky was covered with colorful keyboard patterns. Once again, it appeared above the heads of the three of them. The three of them did not feel tired from rushing through the night. They were still full of energy. Suddenly, Tang Tian's eyes twitched. He quickly pointed far away. "There's someone there." "Star Lexicon Spirit Stone?" Tang Tian and a Maori opened their eyes wide. Their faces were full of curiosity. The Star Wind martial meet was an eye-opener for them. They heard many things that they had never heard before. It was a cave about the same size as the training grounds. There were 4 other caves around it. Each cave was also enveloped in a red, white, black, and green light. In such a big cave, there was only one person. Why did he win? Tang Tian asked blankly. We can only rely on luck. Old Fartway waved his hand. The oscillator can capture all sorts of undulations within 100 miles. Strong true power undulations, treasures energy undulations, spirit generals martial spirit undulations, etc. Old Fartway explained. He adjusted the oscillator in his hands and injected true power. Old Fartway stared. Old and slow reaction? Bullshit. Come on. I'll let you little brats experience what it means to be old. Ginger is spicier. 30 years of experience in rock paper scissors. I didn't expect you to actually like such a fresh color. Old Fartway returned to normal, pretending to be indifferent to cover up his sluggishness. A Maori casually pointed at a lemon-yellow light shield. This one, I like this color. The valley was deeper than he had imagined. After flying for a quarter of an hour, he finally reached the end of the valley. Tang Tian and a Maori finally understood. At that moment, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. Tang Tian hurriedly shouted, "Hey, old man, housefly cow. Long live." Yes, why? Old Fartway was also stunned. Let's go this way. Ha! Old Fartway's eyes flashed a strange look. What's wrong? Tang Tian quickly asked. In a daze, Tang Tian didn't know how long he had been sliding. Plop! Tang Tian fell onto a hard rock. The 3 people's screams echoed in the cave. There are powerful experts fighting, there are powerful energy undulations. Old Fartway's expression was a little strange. He suddenly stood up, closed his eyes and opened his arms in the night wind. After a while, he opened his eyes and shook his head. Don't care about the others. Oh, Tang Tian replied. It's the labyrinth of spirits. Old Fartway's face was a little ugly. Old Fartway looked at the 2 of them for a long time. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Ha! I didn't choose the wrong person. Such an impassioned young man. Even my heart, which has been silent for so many years, can't help but palpitate with excitement. Then let's fight. Let's get first place. He clenched his fist and stared at Old Fartway seriously. He said word by word, even if it's dangerous, I want to be first. You can buy it as long as you have enough money. Iron and bronze-ranked star treasures could still be bought in the market. I heard that silver-ranked star treasures can be bought too, but I've never seen it before. As for you not knowing about it, that's normal. Even if it's an iron star treasure, it's worth a lot. The point is, in a place like Wuxia Star, it's impossible to buy it. Hey, I'm such a wise old man. I will definitely not play such childish games with you brats. Old Fartway said with a look of disdain. Old Fartway was unmoved. Do you know? Crystal Sky and Northern Swallow Beasts. They must be searching for the Star Lexicon Spirit Stones. If we choose the same target, we will definitely meet them. The nature of this martial meet has completely changed. Now, every opponent is filled with danger. If they have the chance, they will not hesitate to kill you all. This is not a competition, this is a battle of life and death. Tangtan, I didn't expect it to be you. Suddenly, a tall red mountain peak appeared in everyone's vision. Everyone's spirits were roused, and they increased their speed towards the mountain peak. After a bitter battle, under the 2's incredulous gaze, a Maori walked to the cliff. That's right. Old Fartway's eyes flashed a cold aura. Sexton's constellation's star treasure, black iron rank, called oscillation apparatus. Sexton's constellation is a dark constellation between Gemini constellation and Hydra constellation. Remember the True Eye cylinder, just now? That is Microscopium constellation. It is located south of Scorpio constellation, between Heavenly Crane constellation and Sagittarius constellation. Sexton's constellation and Microscopium constellation's star treasures are almost all support-type star treasures. There are very few battle-type star treasures. But don't look down on support-type star treasures. In the future, you will know that support-type star treasures are usually more versatile than battle-type star treasures. Tang Tian and Amauri's jaws dropped. They stared blankly at the unbelievable scene in front of them. Amauri suddenly pointed to a place not far away. Look, there's a valley there. Everyone's gaze turned over. All the girls' eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. Labyrinth of Spirits? Tang Tian and Amauri looked at each other. It was the first time they had heard of this name. Childish? This is obviously a challenge of hand speed. If you are afraid of losing, just say it. Don't worry, I know. I am old and my reaction is slower. I can understand. Tang Tian retorted sarcastically. Tang Tian and Amauri were on high alert. Old Fartway's mouth twitched. Tang Tian used his hands to cover his face. Then which one should we enter? Tang Tian looked at the wall of colorful lights. He felt dizzy. There are too many. Star treasures, star lexicon spirit stones and the like. They will usually form a unique force field around them. These force fields have been nurtured for thousands of years. They will become one with the environment. This is the labyrinth of spirits. Old Fartway's gaze deepened. Seems like the star lexicon spirit stones are indeed inside. Be alert. Be careful of people trying to assassinate you from behind. Old Fartway said softly. Every planet will give birth to a unique type of soul stone. Their aura is one with the planet. As long as you can control it, you will be able to assimilate into the planet faster. Some people have guessed that it is the original embryo of the star treasure. But this conjecture is still unconfirmed. Once you have the star lexicon spirit stone, you can build a base here. A base with the star lexicon spirit stone, within a radius of 200 miles, will not be attacked by wild beasts. Old Fartway's face was solemn. For any exploration of a planet, a safe base is the most important. If we can find the star lexicon spirit stone, we will definitely be first. Why do they have so many star treasures? Amauri asked. When I was in Beast Academy, I never heard that the school had any star treasures. Old Fartway was stunned. Many people had already seen the valley and were rushing towards it. The three of them rushed towards the valley. The entrance of the valley was not wide. It was only 7 to 8 feet wide. It was surrounded by red rocks. As expected, as they continued to advance, the number of people around them increased. In the vast purple grasslands, the martial artists were like agile antelopes, running and skimming at lightning speed. Tang Tian and the other two increased their speed. Then let's hurry and find the star lexicon spirit stone. Tang Tian raised both his arms. The three of them kept their tents and followed Old Fartway, advancing with all their might. The two of them raised their arms and shouted. Old Fartway glanced at them and retracted his gaze. Crystal Sky Academy, their star treasures are much better than mine. It's not strange to find them. A red cliff appeared in front of them. The cliff was extremely high, and the surface was smooth and flat, as though it had been polished by humans. What made Tang Tian and Amauri feel the most inconceivable was that there were countless of caves on the cliff. They were densely packed, and every cave was covered with a layer of faint light. These light barriers were of different colors. They looked like colorful bubbles hanging on the cliff. A figure walked out from the cave with the white light barrier. Who wants to pick? Amauri looked at the sky. They did not meet with any danger during the night. The three of them were extremely fast. Along the way, Old Fartway would occasionally take out the oscillation device to adjust their direction. Rocks, unknown type, unknown use. Amauri shouted along, First. I support fundamental Tang. Amauri said, That's right. Amauri clenched his fist, and with a serious face, he said loudly, Very yellow and very violent, I like violence. Wah, I want violence, I want absolute violence, I want absolute yellow. Let's be very yellow and very violent together. The needle of the oscillation device suddenly slid, pointing in a direction, and constantly trembling. Tang Tian's smile disappeared and he nodded. I know, but, so what? Don't tell me we should retreat just like that? I don't want to. I want to be first. Tang Tian felt that Old Fartway was too mystical. There were all sorts of strange things, and he pointed and asked, "What is this? Is it also a star treasure?" Tang Tian and Amauri listened attentively. They realized that this world was much more vast, profound, and interesting than they had imagined. Old Fartway adjusted the oscillation device again, and this time, the needle pointed in a direction. Upon entering the light barrier, the three of them felt a strong suction force. They did not have time to react, and were sucked into the depths of the cave by this strong and astonishing suction force. Tang Tian was in so much pain that he grimaced, and opened his eyes in a daze, and climbed up shakily. The experience just now was too horrifying, his legs felt weak, and his head was dizzy. Chapter 45. Wang Zhen's eyes flashed with admiration and said, "My 5 elements are fire. My fist technique is called Chain Cannon Fist. Rank 3, the fist force is strong and fierce, be careful." Tang Tian took a deep breath, his crane body relaxed and tightened, the world in his heart was unusually calm. Lowering his waist into a horse stance, he opened his fist. "Tang Tian, your flash fist, is it only at this level?" Wang Zhen took the initiative to take half a step back, and suddenly opened his mouth. The fiery red fist seal instantly shattered into countless of dazzling red sparks, like fireworks. 2 fist prints that were even larger and more solid than the previous ones whizzed toward him like cannonballs that had just been fired. What a strong force! The calmness in Wang Zhen's eyes seemed to be ignited. He suddenly took a step forward, his body shot forward like lightning, and the flash fist was released again. A dazzling red cannon fist seal, like a cannonball, with an angry roar, flew towards Tang Tian. Flash fist! Flash fist, you are ahead of me. My flash fist killing technique has yet to take form. Wang Zhen did not hide and said calmly, "It's a pity, this time we are not just sparring. You have to be prepared, I am going to give it my all." The labyrinth of spirits is different, but the star lexicon spirit stone likes strong people. Wang Zhen said indifferently, "Come, let me see your true abilities." Killing lightning. Tang Tian looked at Wang Zhen with a face of admiration, such strong abilities. The fiery red fist seal, like raindrops, bit at Tang Tian's back, not letting up. Wherever Tang Tian passed, there would definitely be a row of basin-sized pits. The sharp crane body energy, collapsing mountain-crushing fist. "Do you really want to fight?" Tang Tian had a good impression of Wang Zhen. Tang Tian's heart quivered. Tang Tian's body trembled, his fists trembled, the fiery red fist seal's power was beyond his imagination. Tang Tian felt like he had hit a flying hammer. After 20 consecutive punches, Tang Tian sensed that something was wrong. His fists were showing signs of numbness again. The attack suddenly stopped. Tang Tian was elated. Could it be that Wang Zhen's true power could not continue? But when he looked over, he sucked in a breath of cold air and his face changed. This wasn't the brute force of muscles, but the explosive power of violent vibrations. To be able to unleash such a shocking amount of true power in such a small vibration, one had to be able to play with the vibration to the point of perfection. They were like 2 red cannons that emanated murderous intent, and they pointed at Tang Tian side by side in a ghastly manner. Wang Zhen's father was full of expectations for him, because in his hands, the chain cannon fist could be upgraded to a rank 4 martial technique. Wang Zhen's aura suddenly surged. A powerful pressure assaulted Tang Tian like a gale. Tang Tian agilely dodged it. He walked along the rock wall without any pattern. The 2 fists collided again. The excitement in Tang Tian's heart rose to the extreme. With a long whistle, his left leg fiercely stomped on the ground. His body was like a snake, as though he was slithering on the ground. He had long prepared his right fist. Facing the whistling red fist print, he punched out. The 2 arms that he had just raised up immediately fell apart. Wang Zhen retreated 5 steps before he could stabilize his body. Tang Tian's left leg stepped forward ferociously. His right fist, which he had prepared, suddenly punched out. The low and terrifying explosive sound lingered in the ears. The frequency of Wang Zhen's chain cannon fist's attacks was astonishing. Furthermore, every punch was extremely powerful. Looking at Tang Tian's powerful fist, Wang Lin secretly cheered in his heart. All these people had underestimated this unreliable young lad. The fighting intent in Wang Lin's eyes grew stronger. To be able to meet such a strong opponent, it was such an exciting thing. The two fists collided fiercely. Tang Tian felt a wave of numbness in his right fist. A ray of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Tang Tian, I have always been looking forward to meeting you. When Wang Lin walked out of the light barrier, the 4 light barriers and the cave disappeared. Above their heads, a white light barrier appeared, revealing a cave. Bang! What a strange fist technique. Tang Tian clenched his teeth and exerted strength in his legs. His body shrunk and rolled to the side of the rock wall. Once his back was on the wall, Tang Tian started running along the wall. Tang Tian frowned and lowered his body into a horse stance. All the true power in his body crazily gathered in his fists. Circles of fire patterns from his shoulders continuously spiraled towards his fists. Wang Lin's arms were like red cannons, glowing with an intense red light. Only by opening the angle could he have a chance. Tang Tian's true power surged. Without fear, he looked straight at Wang Lin. This cannot go on. Bang! Wang Lin nodded his head. Not bad. You have improved again. Senior Wang Lin had actually integrated the power of the flash fist into the chain cannon fist. The current chain cannon fist could already see the shadow of a rank 4 martial technique. The power of the fiery red fist was astonishing. When it hit the surrounding walls, the rock wall that was as hard as iron was immediately blasted out a big hole. Countless rocks flew everywhere. Tang Tian still had to defend against these rocks. The flying rocks were extremely fast. If he was not careful, if they hit his face, it would definitely leave a bloody scar. Flash fist. A ray of red light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. His red right arm was raised like a cannon barrel, pointing straight at Tang Tian. Using his shoulder as a fulcrum, he fiercely sank backwards. Their fists rained down like rain. From time to time, their fists would collide in midair. Very quickly, Tang Tian felt that something was wrong. Every punch, his fist would feel numb. After a few tens of punches, his fist was almost completely numb. Bang! Dong dong dong. Phew! Wang Lin exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. A dazzling silver lightning tore through his vision. The fiery red fist instantly crumbled. Countless sparks scattered in all directions. When the last word was said, Tang Tian seemed to have changed into another person. His aura suddenly became bitingly cold and fierce. He stared at Wang Lin. Tang Tian's pupils constricted. He saw that the surroundings of Wang Lin's fist were rippling with a few circles of light ripples. Tang Tian knew how powerful it was. Wang Lin's fist, vibrating rapidly in the air, could form such ripples in the air. The fire attribute true power revolved at an astonishing speed. Wang Lin's posture was extremely peculiar. Both his arms were straight and drooped down. His joints were not bent at all. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. His heart was shocked. Both his arms were in front of his body. The fist had already arrived. An astonishing force heavily smashed onto his raised arms. An even deeper and trembling howl than before caused Tang Tian's ears to go numb. Crane body energy minute collapsing fist. Hearing this, Tang Tian clenched his fists tightly. He said, I've been seen through. Then let me show you my flash fist killing technique. What a powerful killing technique. What is this technique called? Wang Lin's eyes were filled with admiration. Tang Tian roared. He did not retreat. Instead, he attacked with the same flash fist. What a strong force. Tang Tian was getting more excited. It was his first time seeing such a fist technique. He took a deep breath. Circulating all the true power in his body, the crane body was ready. Seeing Tang Tian's blank expression, Wang Lin said calmly, You don't have to look around. This is the lowest level of the labyrinth of spirits. The cave above your head is the passage to the upper level. Inside, there is a spirit key to the second level. Only those who obtain the spirit key can enter the second level. It is destined that among us, only one can enter the second level. Vibration could actually be used like this. Bang. Not good. Beast Academy Wang Zhen. When he walked out, Tang Tian recognized him. Wang Zhen. Bang bang bang. Tang Tian's heart trembled. He did not know why, but he did not have any fear. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. Deep in his eyes, there seemed to be a flame flowing. Although I have never thought of fighting with Senior, but to be able to meet such a strong opponent, I am very happy. Dong dong dong. Tang Tian said in a deep voice, my 5 elements are balanced. My fist technique is called Minute Collapsing Fist. Rank 3. Please be careful. Before he finished speaking, Wang Zhen took a step forward. Tang Tian felt his vision blurred. He lost sight of Wang Zhen. At the same time, a fist suddenly appeared in front of him. Tang Tian did not have time to think. He could only continuously use his minute collapsing fist to disperse the fiery red fist. Without thinking, Tang Tian punched out with his left fist. All right. Tang Tian was helpless. Then let's fight. Not giving Tang Tian a chance to catch his breath, another heart-shaking explosion was heard. A fiery red cannon fist whistled through the air. Wang Zhen's attack was shockingly stable. He was like a heavy cannon, firmly embedded in the rock. Both his red arms, alternating between sinking and recovering. Senior Wang Zhen's eyes were calm without a trace of fluctuation. From the beginning to the end, he had maintained the same attacking frequency. Wang Zhen's chain cannon fist was not passed down in the Beast Academy. It was a family heirloom. Very few people knew that the Wang family was an ancient martial arts family. Although they had declined for a long time, they still had some foundation. The chain cannon fist was only rank 3. But in Wang Zhen's hands, it shone brightly. Wang Zhen fixed many of the flaws in the fist technique. He incorporated many techniques he learned in the academy and perfected the chain cannon fist. Wang Zhen's expression was as cold as steel. A red light flashed in his eyes. Killing technique? Wang Zhen was surprised. His eyes lit up. Don't. 2 red arms were raised at the same time, pointing straight at Tang Tian. Tang Tian was being suppressed bit by bit. Wang Zhen's attack was upright, but it was unstoppable. The concentrated fists were like a curtain of rain. Although it was not as fast as Tang Tian's 12 punches per second, it was heavy and powerful. It completely blocked off Tang Tian's path of advance. Tang Tian was able to borrow the aerial stake steps and minute collapsing fist to continuously dodge and block. Once you get the spirit key, the winner will advance to the next round. The loser will be sent out of the maze. Wang Zhen said. The crane body in his body seemed to be stirring. A deep, drum-like whistle suddenly rang out. Hiss! Tang Tian took a deep breath and retreated 3 steps. Pa! His right leg stepped on the ground, stopping his body. Using this force, he twisted his waist and threw out a punch. So powerful! Tang Tian was shocked. Compared to minute collapsing fist, the vibration of Wang Zhen's flash fist was much smaller. The power was also much smaller, but the time it took to exert force was much shorter. Wang Zhen had integrated it into his flash fist, forming a unique flash fist. Under such a strong sense of danger, Tang Tian had goosebumps all over his body. He took a deep breath. The air was like a knife piercing into his lungs, and there was actually a piercing pain. A few fists appeared in front of Tang Tian. 1,000,000 punches. Among all the martial techniques that Tang Tian had learnt, minute collapsing fist was the martial technique that he had practiced the most. Every punch was instinctive without any need to think. Tang Tian stared at Wang Zhen. This was the first time his killing lightning was blocked by someone. Even Tang Tian's eyes could not follow the extreme speed of the killing lightning. He did not expect it to be blocked by Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen reacted very quickly. What a strange place. Tang Tian scratched his head. How did you know? So powerful. Chapter 46. The red sparks were like a blossoming red flower, instantly blossoming in front of Tang Tian. Tang Tian's body swayed, his face turning pale white. But he continued to rush forward. It was not the time to use the great avalanche. Hee. Tang Tian laughed unsightly, his body finally stabilized. He looked at Wang Zhen. His eyes seemed to be surging with something. Not necessary? I'm not done yet. Tang Tian suddenly raised his head. His eyes seemed to have countless flames flowing, burning. He opened his palms, and suddenly clenched them tightly. Wang Zhen, who was expressionless, muttered in his heart. Hey, who said so? The crazy figure, without a trace of hesitation, without a trace of fear, with a determination as sharp as a blade, fiercely crashed into the Black Fist seal. Bang! Wang Zhen's true power started to surge crazily again. In his cold eyes, there was a crazy light. The Black Fist seal formed at an astonishing speed. Wang Zhen immediately calmed down. He was waiting for the victory to come. Hoo-hoo, bang! Tang Tian finally stood up, swaying. He raised his head. His face was black. His hair was burnt. He looked extremely ugly. Over. Wang Zhen's eyes were calm. There was not much surprise. Such a strong attack had already exceeded his usual limit. Under the intense pressure just now, that double black cannon kill condensed all the essence of his martial techniques. It was his pinnacle work. Tang Tian's figure disappeared again. I said, even if I die, I want to win. The red fire attribute true power appeared at the same time, lightning fast converging on Wang Zhen's fist. Even facing such an unforeseen event, Wang Zhen's eyes were still ice cold as steel. Go. Perish. Only his eyes, with strong confidence, stared at the two high-speed revolving Black Fist seals. Tang Tian's body trembled. His shoes and trousers exploded into pieces. Wang Zhen thought silently, looked deeply at Tang Tian, and prepared to jump towards the white light barrier above his head. Tang Tian, please don't die like this. The excitement in Wang Zhen's eyes slowly faded. Both his arms drooped down. Tang Tian's tenacity exceeded his expectations. What a stubborn guy. He actually forced me to use my killer move. Tang Tian's jet black face suddenly revealed 2 rows of snow-white teeth, and he squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. The huge sparks exploded right in front of Tang Tian. The crane wings in Tang Tian's body trembled. The vibrating power was like an electric current, flowing along the meridians in Tang Tian's body, from his legs into the ground. Bang! With the crisp sound of his joints, Wang Zhen's arm instantly straightened. He raised it like lightning and pointed it at Tang Tian. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. The 2 fist marks grew larger in Tang Tian's eyes. The crane body in his body seemed to have awakened, and the pair of crane wings slowly stood up. The outcome has been decided. You've done your best. Wang Zhen was calm as usual. This is just a competition between academies. There's no need to lose your life over it. The clear cry of a crane resounded in his heart. A hoarse voice came from behind Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen stopped in his tracks and turned his body. Wang Zhen's mind was blank and his limbs were cold. A black figure flashed in front of him and he didn't even notice it. Wang Zhen was calm as usual. His other arm alternated and sunk backwards. Dong. Following that, a fiery red fist mark flew out of his fist and headed straight for Tang Tian. Tang Tian's speed became faster. Go and die. Black double cannon kill. He channeled his strength through both his legs, deeply embedded into the rocks. Facing the 2 fist marks, both fists flew out without any fancy moves. Tang Tian's face was filled with disbelief, and he stared blankly at his own palms. Bang! Tang Tian's roar was like the roar of a wild beast. His face was ferocious, and he punched out again, shattering the fist mark that had just flown out. Tang Tian, a red light flashed in front of him. Tang Tian groaned, and once again punched out with both fists. Under Wang Zhen's calm expression, there was some regret in his heart. The black flames gradually subsided, and Tang Tian's whole body was like charcoal, lying on the ground motionlessly. Wang Zhen snorted, and his body flashed and floated backwards. The second crane body in his body kept changing, and the first crane body that had dissipated once again gathered. I suggest that you don't move, it will only make your injuries worse. Wang Zhen said calmly, you have no chance of winning, there is no need to continue fighting. Roaring like a wild beast, Tang Tian suddenly turned into a black shadow and pounced towards Wang Zhen. The heart-palpitating low whistle sounded out again. The rocks around Tang Tian's feet all turned into powder. Bang! Bang bang bang! A fiery red fist mark appeared on his fists like lightning. Since you want to win even if you die, then come. Wang Lin did not comprehend the killing move of the flash fist, but he did comprehend the killing move of the chain cannon fist. Pain came from the back of his neck, and Wang Lin, who was in a daze, blacked out. Tang Tian's legs once again exerted strength and continued to rush forward. Tang Tian was very clear that if he could not shorten the distance between them, he would definitely not be able to win. A terrifying power wreaked havoc in Tang Tian's body. The black flames seemed to be able to destroy everything. At the moment when Tang Tian's fist and the black fist mark collided, the fist mark contained an astonishing vibrating force, like an electric current, instantly seeped into Tang Tian's body. The crane body in Tang Tian's body instantly collapsed. Balls of fire continuously exploded in the air, and a blurry black figure, following the path of the fire, brazenly pounced forward. Every step he took was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. The rocks would definitely collapse, the gravel would definitely fly, and his speed would definitely be as fast as lightning. I said before, for this place, I will obtain victory. For this place, I will obtain first place. Don't. Circles of red flames from Wang Lin's legs spiraled upwards, continuously emerging, continuously converging, continuously pressing towards his fists. Double black cannon kill. It was another collision. Wang Lin's straight arms sunk down heavily. He had to take 3 steps back to get rid of the strong recoil. Another bow step forward punch. The fiery red fist mark became dark red and finally became black. All the true power in his body, every corner, every tip of the true power, were all being mobilized. Go and die. How can you admit defeat? How is that possible? 2 fiery red fist marks whistled through the air. Although Wang Lin had long mastered this technique, it was his first time using it in a real battle. Have I become stronger? Tang Tian lowered his head to look at his palms and muttered. The 2 black fist marks that were spinning at high speed, filled with destructive power, were like soft black snowballs, and strangely crumbled. Tang Tian opened his eyes wide, lowered his body, and stared intently at the incoming black fist mark. Both his fists brazenly waved out. In the past, no one liked you. They laughed at you behind your back, looked down on you, and feared you. You had no friends, no smiles, and every day you lived coldly. Now, every day you live happily, you have friends, you have smiles, you have become like an idiot. All of you do stupid things that you would never do in the past. You laugh at each other, you encourage each other. You say you have dreams and are very, very great, but they do not understand. You say you fight side by side, never give up, never retreat. In this kind of place, how can there be no need? The 2 black fist marks were like 2 deadly black cannonballs, swept through the air, bringing about circles of obvious ripples. Bow step forward punch. I said, no matter what reason the old man has, I will help him. The second crane body, as though it had suddenly awoken, slowly flapping its body. Tang Tian's panting echoed in the cave. The power was indeed stronger than what he had imagined. A soft sound that could almost be ignored sounded like thunder in Wang Lin's ears. Tang Tian, it's over. Countless flames engulfed Tang Tian, and a black fireball suddenly exploded. You underestimate me too much. Tang Tian was struggling on the ground, trying to get up. His body was burnt black, and his clothes were almost destroyed. Wang Lin knew that Tang Tian's body was already heavily injured. The double black cannon kill contained an extremely strong vibration force. Tang Tian's internal organs were most likely destroyed. At this moment, Wang Lin did not hold back anymore. His eyes stared at the crazy figure that seemed to be able to destroy everything, bringing along countless rocks and explosions. Tang Tian's fist destroying the cannon fist was nothing, but when Tang Tian destroyed the cannon fist before, there would definitely be a short pause in his footsteps. However, when Tang Tian used his fist to destroy the cannon fist, his body was not affected at all. The power that gushed into Tang Tian's body seemed to be attracted, crazily rushing towards the second crane body. The second crane body was like an endless black hole, continuously absorbing the destructive power. The originally small second crane body started to slowly expand. Wang Zhen's face changed for the first time, his pupils constricted like needles. The vibration force rampaged, following along Tang Tian's meridians, muscles, internal organs, it crazily destroyed. Tang Tian's true power, in front of the terrifying vibration force, was like paper, extremely weak. The black fist wrapped around Wang Zhen's fists, the heart-palpitating dangerous qi, filled every corner. Destruction, destruction, destruction. Fiery red sparks exploded again. Tang Tian's minute-collapsing fist smashed the fiery fist into pieces. The strong recoil, Wang Zhen's entire body was almost thrown out, his face that seemed to be shining with a metallic luster was as pale as paper. One fist waved towards the two black fist prints. Almost at the same time, Tang Tian's heart released a loud and clear cry of a crane. The temperature of the black flame was astonishing, the surrounding rocks melted, the strange black flame was like a blooming black flame, burning fiercely, but did not have any intention of extinguishing. Wang Zhen's cold face actually revealed a metallic luster. Tang Tian had already rushed past half the distance, but his expression did not have the slightest change, only his gaze was like a burning red iron, crazy and excited. Tang Tian's mind was clear, his body swayed, and he rushed forward like an arrow. Bang! Wang Zhen quietly watched the black flames churning and spitting. The black flames formed by the double black cannon kill was formed by the fire attributed true power that was compressed to a high degree. Regardless of temperature or destructive power, it far exceeded the normal chain cannon fist. As he flew backwards, he continued to attack Tang Tian. Rays of red light, with astonishing frequency, flew towards Tang Tian. I really won. He mumbled to himself as if he was sleep-talking. The red light flashed. Wang Zhen's pupils constricted, so fast. When the vibration force rushed from the third-tier Dantian pool to the second-tier Dantian pool, it collided with the second crane body that was in deep sleep, not moving at all. The intense killing intent firmly locked onto Tang Tian. Tang Tian's hair all stood up, he could not dodge this move. But as long as he could endure this move, he would win. Endure it, he still had the great avalanche. Chapter 47. What a spectacular sight! Tang Tian was panting, his true power was almost depleted. The black dot did not look far, but it was actually very far. In the end, Tang Tian was able to swim towards the island while waving his arms with all his might. Tang Tian tried to activate the second crane body, but the second crane body did not have any reaction and only continued to slowly revolve. What a spectacular battle! Chain cannon fist, such an ancient fist technique, was actually reborn in Wang Zhen's hands. This kid has a bright future. For Tang Tian to be able to defeat Wang Zhen, it's even more unexpected. An indifferent voice, filled with admiration, his gaze landed on the light screen in front of him. The light screen was clearly playing the battle between Tang Tian and Wang Zhen. No one replied. Hee, it was not a waste of my effort to find Star Wind City. Mr. Wu's face was gloomy. No matter what, this time I have to get 10 bronze blood meridians. I am really looking forward to the legendary silver blood meridians. What kind of power would it have? Tang Tian grumbled in his heart as he struggled to climb up using his hands and feet. When he swam closer, he realized the tall stone wall extended for tens of miles, standing in the middle of the sea. Tang Tian fell into the water. The ice-cold seawater continuously slapped Tang Tian's face. Tang Tian's dizzy head suddenly woke up. 6 hours later, in the blink of an eye, Mr. Wu threw Tang Tian to the back of his mind and instructed, when Tang Tian leaves that place, go and get some blood from Wang Zhen. The descendants of the ancient martial arts aristocratic families usually have good blood meridians. Not bad, not bad. Mr. Wu was very satisfied. I did not expect to have such outstanding blood meridians so early. As long as I have 10 bronze blood meridians, I can refine and synthesize them into silver blood meridians, The legendary silver blood meridians. Just thinking about it makes me excited. He actually won. Mr. Wu's crazy voice echoed in the room, and Di Han's heart suddenly had a chill. Mr. Wu regained his senses, and when he saw the scene inside the light screen, he was stunned, and only reacted after a while, with a face of disbelief. This labyrinth of spirits, it was clearly explored. How could it be, however, it was so hard to climb, Di Han said. It is said that Tang Tian practiced fundamental martial techniques for 5 years and was deemed to have a terrible talent. He offended the Zhou clan and was expelled from Andrew Academy. However, during this period of time, his strength had improved very quickly. He's even stronger than when he fought with me. Wah wah wah, watch my 8 steps overtaking cicada. Go go go. Soul Ki, here I come. 5 years of basic martial skills? Is there such an interesting person in this world? Mr. Wu clapped his hands and laughed. Suddenly, he thought of something and his eyes lit up. Oh, that means the Southern Cross constellation could be in his hands? Southern Cross constellation's hardship plate, 5 years of fundamental martial techniques, that fits the description. With that, it could also explain why the little girl could recognize the symbol of the Southern Cross constellation. Put Tang Tian on the list of people to keep an eye on. Tang Tian shouted as he carefully moved forward. His face was full of vigilance. As long as the situation was not right, he would immediately turn around and run. Tang Tian's shouts resonated on the surface of the sea. He brought up a tall wall of water and quickly flew towards the little black dot on the surface of the sea. Tang Tian was at the 3rd level of true power great perfection. His chi meridians were long and drawn out. Activating the 8 steps overtaking cicada, his speed was extremely fast. Deathly silence. Plop, his legs went soft. He sat down on his butt, his face still smiling foolishly. When Tang Tian passed through the light barrier, a suction force came from above. Only his face was gone. The gray terracotta figures were as tall as a person. They were wearing armor and holding spears. They were extremely lifelike. In the distance, there was a huge army, facing each other. The long spears were like a forest. It was a black mass. One could not see the end of it. The troops were strict and orderly. An indescribable killing intent surged towards them. Such an astonishing number of troops, yet there was not a single sound. In the dead silence, it made people's hearts tremble in fear. My luck is not bad. Mr. Wu laughed out loud. The Southern Cross constellation hardship plate is said to be hiding a big secret. I have been searching for it for so many years. Never did I expect to meet it here. Indeed, the heavens have blessed me. Tang Tun disappeared. Di Han, who was staring at the light barrier, suddenly exclaimed. If the city lord was here, he would definitely recognize him. It was his partner, Mr. Wu from Corvus constellation. Tang Tian scratched his head and laughed out loud. His pitch-black face had an innocent smile. He raised both his arms up high and shouted, Wah wah wah, I won. 32 portions. Di Han replied, Blood Eye has obtained the results. There are 18 portions of ordinary blood meridians, 8 portions of qualified blood meridians, 5 portions of good blood meridians and 1 portion of bronze-grade blood meridians. Ooh! What spirit-breaking key! Is it purposely torturing me? The suction force was extremely astonishing. Tang Tian did not have any time to react. He only felt the world spinning. He did not notice that the cross constellation in his palm had suddenly lit up. Tang Tian looked around. Suddenly he noticed a small black dot on the surface of the sea. I went to the wrong place. Tang Tian's spirit was roused. He immediately used his true power and jumped out of the sea. Only when Tang Tian approached the army did he finally heave a sigh of relief. After all, it was not a real person. Almost scared me to death. Tang Tian saw it clearly. It was indeed an army. But it was an army of terracotta soldiers. Tang Tian, you can do it. He hesitated for a while. His heart was set. There were so many of them. He would definitely not be able to escape. The true power in his body exploded. He broke through the 3rd level in one go and reached the perfection realm. Tang Tian looked at his palm in a daze. His jet black palm was filled with burn marks. I won. I really won. What? What is this place? Tang Tian felt that something was amiss. He continued to move forward carefully. As Tang Tian got closer, the army acted as though they did not see him. Hee. Tang Tian laughed foolishly. He opened his mouth. On his burnt face, he revealed 2 rows of snow-white teeth. The smile on his face grew bigger and bigger. Tang Tian took a deep breath. His eyes regained their calmness. He sat cross-legged and started to inspect the situation in his body. During the battle, he had no time to inspect carefully. Now, he needed to inspect himself. Tang Tian climbed up with great effort. What a pity, Tang Tian was not injured. I did not collect his blood. I am very curious about Tang Tian's blood meridians. Mr. Wu's eyes flashed. This was his first real victory. How much blood have we collected? Mr. Wu regained his calmness and asked. Di Han did not say anything. However, time passed by slowly. The army in front of him still did not make any movements. The ground beneath his feet was extremely flat. Pieces of square stones were laid out neatly, extending far into the distance. When Tang Tian's gaze followed the squares and extended far into the distance, he was dumbstruck. Tang Tian slowly regained his senses. His mind became active. And what was going on? Yes. Di Han replied. What a pity. Mr. Wu was stunned. His face was filled with regret. 17 years old? He is indeed older. The younger the age, the stronger the life force in the blood meridians. The fusion ability is stronger. What a pity. Not knowing how long had passed. I will definitely obtain more victories. This. Tang Tian's teeth were chattering. He could not make any sound. The scene in front of him was completely out of his mental endurance. Tang Tian's calves were trembling. His mind was blank. Over there. Upon activating the crane-style Qi manual, Tang Tian immediately felt something strange. Tang Tian's age is older. He is already 17 years old. Di Han hesitated for a while before saying. Dead silence. It was still dead silence. Tang Tian looked at Wang Zhen, who was lying on the ground. Wang Zhen was still unconscious. Plop. Haha. I have won. I have won. All of the terracotta figures did not have faces. Their faces were all whiteboards. All of the faceless terracotta figures stood in silence. Their formation was orderly and strict. They stretched far into the distance, with no end in sight. Hey, where is this? Although he was not clear on how to use the second crane body, but the power released from the second crane body was injected into the third-tier Dantian pool. Unknowingly, the Dantian pool had doubled in size. I will definitely become stronger. Tang Tian opened his eyes. His eyes flashed. His true power trembled. Countless black smoke exploded from his body. The charred parts of his body were all shaken off. The charred Tang Tian returned to his original appearance. He stood up. His face was full of smiles. Tang Tian's face was pale. No matter how daring he was, seeing such a scene, he was trembling in fear. Oh, who is the owner of the bronze blood meridians? Mr. Wu asked. You said Bai Jun died in the hands of Tang Tian? Mr. Wu suddenly asked. Behind him, a person stood respectfully. It was Di Han. The young lad clenched his fists and told himself, this battle was not over yet. There would definitely be more difficulties and more experts in the future. Why is there a sea here? Didn't Wang Zhen say that there should be a spirit key here? The second crane body was obviously bigger. He could feel that the second crane body was emitting strands of power. It flowed along the steps of the Dantian pool and into the third-tier Dantian pool. It then circulated throughout his body and dispersed into his limbs and bones. Yes. Di Han answered. Yes. Di Han answered. Zokai. Di Han said, God Might Academy's #1 expert, ranked 7th in Star Wind City. He has been captured. Tang Tian was shocked. His face was pale. Because his true power had already touched the wall of perfection. This was a clear sign that his true power had reached perfection. On the wall in front of Mr. Wu, there were countless light barriers. Inside each light barrier, there was a human figure. What a talented young lad. Mr. Wu was full of admiration. Oh, you're a good opponent. I won't strip you. Sigh, what a pity. I lost a good chance to plunder the spoils of war. Tang Tian mumbled. Without hesitation, he looked at the light barrier above his head and leaped. What a strange thing. Tang Tian was overjoyed. He did not think too much. He calmed himself down and revolved the crane-style chi manual. Energy gathered from all directions and was absorbed into Tang Tian's body. Through his meridians, it was transformed into strands of pure true power. It was continuously injected into the third-tier Dantian pool. The expanded Dantian pool was slowly filled up. Tang Tian swallowed his saliva. He was on tenterhooks. Chapter 48. At the same time, the sea level continued to fall. The isolated spirit spear's power was extremely sharp, with the power of a fourth level, a Grandmaster level spear technique. It was extremely powerful, and Maori could only defend. His body was covered with cuts and bruises. What kind of place is this? Tang Tian faced the enemy and looked around. Bing! A voice full of dullness suddenly came out from the gray glazed statue. Tang Tian's body suddenly froze in place. Unknowingly, Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Who was actually so strong to be able to directly break through such a meticulously laid out puzzle? Liang Qiu's face changed. Tang Tian's face changed. Housefly cow. He could immediately tell the one who spoke was Zhou Peng. The dust that filled the sky gradually dissipated. Tang Tian's face was covered in dust. He looked around. The ground was filled with broken pieces of the statues. The previously strict and orderly army actually turned into ashes in an instant. There's something strange here. Bing raised his head to look at the cave and extended his hand to pierce the cave wall with his spear. Zhou Peng. The seawater quickly withered and disappeared. These statues looked extremely ancient. The passage of time on their bodies left unerasable traces. Many of the statues already had mottled cracks, and many were covered in dust, as though they came from a distant era, mysterious and vicissitudes of life. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. How is this possible? How is this possible? Don't tell me there's some danger hidden in the dust. Don't tell me there's a sneak attack. The cracks increased, and in the blink of an eye, the cracks were as dense as a spider web, covering the entire body of the statue. Liang Qiu was injured in one move. It was a statue that suddenly broke and became a pile of broken pieces. Tang Tian's mouth twitched, his throat dry. Why did you follow? The glazed statue spat out the word with difficulty. I met a monster. Kakaka. Rumble rumble, large pieces of rocks continuously fell from the ceiling. Tang Tian quickly recovered from the shock, and his face changed. The color of the cave's walls quietly changed, revealing a stone cave that could fit one person. That's the soul key? A cold and flat voice suddenly came from behind Tang Tian. Tang Tian rushed to the front of the terracotta statue in one breath. Can I ask why that you don't have a face? Tang Tian couldn't help but ask. Tang Tian suddenly noticed that there was a faint luster in the places where the pottery shards had fallen. Tang Tian was dumbfounded. Can't be. Could it be that even the last one couldn't escape? Ha! Boss Liang, you're just as if. Zhou Peng threw his head back and laughed maniacally. His eyes were filled with violence. Why is the slate floating on the sea? Tang Tian had a strange look on his face. The cavern hall was connected to countless caverns. At this moment, many people rushed out of the caverns. Everyone's faces were filled with terror. Was the labyrinth of souls about to collapse? In the blink of an eye, many people had gathered in the hall. A gray figure suddenly appeared beside a Maori. His spear was like a poisonous dragon, pointing straight at a Maori. A Maori, do you only have the ability to escape? Didn't you put on a good show? Today, I will let you die without a burial ground. Just at this moment, Tang Tian suddenly heard a cold voice. I'm going to sleep. With that, Bing transformed into a ray of light and entered Tang Tian's palm. Who was the one who made these faceless terracotta warriors? This fellow. Tang Tian's face changed. Di Han's face was pale. He was very clear that for this setup, Mr. Wu had paid a huge price. Zhou Peng, enough is enough. A person stood out. It was Liang Qiu. Liang Qiu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Sinner. Tang Tian was stunned. This question seemed to make Bing sad. Oh, let's change the question. Tang Tian changed the topic. Bing, what is this place? Unless Southern Cross constellation, Tang Tian was dumbstruck. In Tang Tian's eyes, a blazing killing intent flashed. Without saying a word, Tang Tian sprinted towards the cave. Terracotta body transformed into a spirit, his sins have been redeemed. The stone shatters and the sea disappears. Bing's unchanging voice sounded strange. There was actually a terracotta figure that did not collapse. A shocking cracking sound came from beneath his feet. Tang Tian's expression froze. He lowered his head to look at the stone floor, only to see a shocking crack spreading out at an astonishing speed. The cracks increased. In the blink of an eye, the stone floor beneath Tang Tian's feet was filled with spiderweb-like cracks. The light barriers on the walls were like bubbles, shattering one by one. So the strange scene just now was actually a dream. Tang Tian's eyes widened. He stammered, You can actually speak? The Sea of Exile. Bing continued to say the content that Tang Tian could not understand. Amauri, today is the day you die. A cold and venomous voice sounded. Bing, do you know where the spirit key is? Tang Tian asked. Rumble. When the last piece fell, Tang Tian stared blankly at the terracotta figure in front of him. This shattering sound was like a signal. Huala huala. The faceless terracotta figures fell one by one. Bing, I don't know. A faceless person is a sinner. Bing's voice was flat and direct. There were no ups and downs. If he spoke too many words, it would give rise to a weird feeling. A bone-chilling intent shot up from the bottom of Dihan's feet. Without hesitation, he turned and ran for his life. Tang Tian jumped in fright. He opened his palm. The Southern Cross imprint was glowing brightly. Time can really destroy everything. Tang Tian carefully walked through the rows of faceless terracotta figures. Tang Tian, who was completely shocked, did not notice that the Southern Cross imprint on his palm was glowing faintly. A Maori forcefully used his blade to block. Bang! A Maori flew out as if he was hit by a heavy hammer. What is this place? This monster is so weird. Tang Tian swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Everything that happened today completely challenged the limits of his imagination. He scratched his head and asked carefully, You're not human, right? Suddenly, a huge figure emerged from the ground, looking battered and exhausted. Isolated Spirit Spear. A silver lightning exploded in front of Liang Qiu's eyes. Suddenly, a shattering sound was heard. Tang Tian jumped in fright. He looked over immediately. The terracotta figure was no different from the other terracotta figures that Tang Tian had seen. It had a white face and a gray body. It was exquisitely carved with armor. It held a spear in its hand and stood upright. Voila! When Tang Tian opened his eyes again, he found himself in a cave. Not far in front of him, floated a silver key that was emitting a faint light. Is that the spirit key? The scene in front of him was like the sky and earth were spinning. Countless rays of light seemed to form a strange vortex. Yes. Bing quietly floated in the air. Pa. All right. Tang Tian decided to ask a practical question. Then how do I leave this place? Who are you? Tang Tian asked blankly. After a while, he twisted his stiff neck and turned to look behind him. Bing was floating behind him. The terracotta figure seemed to have adapted to speaking. The tip of the isolated spirit spear disappeared. As expected of a spirit card personally made by a master. Even Boss Liang was not its match. It's a pity it's not a gold spirit card. But, to you guys, a silver spirit card is enough. Ha! Zhou Peng revealed his arrogance. Go and die. In front of Tang Tian's stunned eyes, a fragment fell. The spirit general's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Liang Qiu. The afterimage of the spear tip disappeared from Liang Qiu's vision. So fast. Liang Qiu's pupils constricted. He did not have time to react. His shoulder was in pain and a stream of blood spurted out. Wait a minute. Tang Tian stared at Bing in shock. What? Spirit General. The opponent spat out another word. With the labyrinth of spirits as the core, he spent 3 bronze treasures to set up layers of defense. He set up all sorts of illusions and puzzles. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. His expression froze on his face. Stone shattering, sea disappearing. Tang Tian muttered to himself. Tang Tian was even more confused. I was clearly in the labyrinth of spirits. How did I end up here? He boss beast? Zhou Peng laughed in disdain. So what? Go kill him. No. My silver blood meridians. Mr. Wu's hysterical scream came from behind. Di Han did not stop. He only cared about running. He could sense that there were several powerful auras rushing over here at lightning speed. A gray figure with a glazed luster appeared in front of him. This figure was exactly the same as the terracotta figures. It had a white face. Even the armor on its body was the same, but it seemed to be more refined. It was holding onto a long spear. Spirit General? Tang Tian was stunned. He circled around the opponent twice. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, so this is what a spirit general looks like. Ka ka ka. Hundreds of thousands of terracotta figures collapsed in front of him. It was a spectacular scene. Tang Tian was so shocked that he could not speak. He stared blankly at the unimaginable scene in front of him. He did not understand what was happening. Tang Tian's spirit was roused. As expected, Zhou Peng's figure appeared in front of everyone. The fragments fell like rain. More and more parts were exposed. The faint luster was reflected in Tang Tian's eyes. There was indeed something. Bing was speechless. A faceless terracotta figure stood tall in the middle of the fragments. Its straight figure was unspeakably lonely. Without saying a word, Tang Tian stepped on the broken pottery shards on the ground and ran towards the only remaining terracotta figure. The opponent was speechless. Tang Tian tilted his face. He looked at the terracotta figure carefully. He had a strong feeling that this terracotta figure was different from the others. But Tang Tian could not say what was different. Pa. He looked into the distance blankly. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Just at this moment, a crack appeared on the terracotta figure's white face. He did not notice that the second crane body's rotation speed was increasing. Banishing Sin board. Bing's voice was still monotonous. Unknowingly, Tang Tian felt sad. Dust flew everywhere, covering the sky. Tang Tian covered his mouth. His expression was anxious. This place was filled with strangeness. Even the godlike young lad could not take it. Suddenly, he felt a force grabbing him. It was Bing holding onto Tang Tian. He was floating in the air. It was not a dream. The entire mountain was shaking. It looked like it could collapse any time. There was something inside. Then what are you? Tang Tian was curious. The stone beneath his feet was like an avalanche, shattering with a loud bang. Mr. Wu stared at the wall that disappeared in a blink of an eye. After a while, he reacted. He screamed, "Impossible! Who is it? How can he break through my disguise with 3 bronze treasures? This is impossible! How can there be such an expert here?" One by one, the fragments fell from the terracotta figure. So you're called Bing? Tang Tian reacted and laughed out loud. Chapter 49. That dazzling punch tore apart everyone's vision, leaving a faint mark on everyone's retina. Minute collapsing fist. Han Bingning's expression froze on her face. The incomparably fierce and domineering Tang Tian in front of her had completely overturned the previous person in her mind, who was always shouting childish words like, "young lady." She suddenly thought of Tang Tian's words, which she found laughable, "godlike young man." The Tang Tian in front of them made them feel an extreme sense of danger. She did not find it laughable at all. Tang Tian's tone was ice cold, but it was filled with mockery and disdain. His condescending attitude was like a slap to Zhou Peng's face. Zhou Peng only felt his face burning, and a surge of hot blood rushed to his head. With such an unreserved collision, unless there was a huge difference in strength between both parties, the impact that both parties suffered was almost the same. Usually, at this time, both parties would have a short period of rest. The whirlpool split into pieces, the silver rank spirit general's eyes flashed a stern look, the spear tip slightly retracted, and fiercely spat out. More importantly, they were worried that the Zhou family's actions would once again infuriate Tang Tian. However, the Tang Tian in front of them had completely violated this iron law. Hey hey hey, don't snatch my spoils of war. Tang Tian had an expression that said, I will fall out with whoever dares to touch me. With an unimaginable speed, Tang Tian used this elbow as a fulcrum, and wrapped around the silver rank spirit general's other wrist like lightning. Sima Xiangshan silently said, pretend, if you don't pretend, will you die? The silver rank spirit general also knew that it was dangerous, and forcefully exerted force, the spear body suddenly rotated at high speed. An astonishing whirlpool of air instantly appeared in front of Tang Tian, and the blade-like palm shadows that filled the sky were instantly sucked in. Han Bingning was even somewhat absent-minded. Could it be that the Tang Tian standing in front of her, and the Tang Tian that she knew, were actually not the same person? Something must have happened to him. Might as well, let us do a good deed, and help you completely solve it. The three strongest students almost instantly reached a tacit understanding. Tang Tian did not retreat, but instead advanced, his left palm arched like an eagle's claw, clasping onto the silver-grade spirit general's spear body. Who can you kill? Tang Tian's tone was cold, and a heart-chilling killing intent enveloped the entire place. All the people who were in a daze were jolted awake. The Zhou clan had always been domineering, and Zhou Peng's actions had undoubtedly angered them. Although they usually competed fiercely, they rarely fought and killed each other. Zhou Peng's unbridled behavior naturally drew the disgust of others. The entire place was silent, everyone was shocked by Tang Tian's powerful strength. Before this, no one would have thought that Tang Tian would actually be so powerful. Could it be that this guy was faking it? The muffled sound was like thunder, the ground trembled, a formless energy, with Tang Tian and the silver-grade spirit general as the center, suddenly spread out. Tang Tian landed steadily. He looked at Zhou Peng coldly and spat out a few words abnormally slowly. Who can you kill? Tang Tian was already strong to such an extent? The spear tip trembled slightly, an explosive sound rang out, and three spear shadows, like three venomous dragons, pounced towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian, if you dare to harm a single hair on young patriarch's head, our Zhou clan will not let you off. One of the experts from the Zhou clan shouted in a threatening manner. The rank 3 broken shadow palm, in Tang Tian's hands, became extremely dangerous. The broken shadow palm was originally used to confuse the enemy, but under the activation of the crane body, every piece turned into a sharp blade, and the sharp whistling sound caused every spectator to feel a chill in their hearts. Bang! Actually mastered all of them. Everyone only saw a silver light flash past like lightning, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Liang Qiu. And this time, Tang Tian did not go berserk. Another expert from the Zhou clan said with a trembling voice, Tang Tian, this time we have offended you if you let us off. Consecutive joint technique. Isolated spirit spear. Kill him. Zhou Peng's eyes were bloodshot and he bellowed, kill him for me. And Tang Tian's intention was originally not the silver spirit general's spear body. His 5 fingers turned into an empty grip, wrapped around the spear body, and like a ghost, Tang Tian rushed into the arms of the silver spirit general. The silver spirit general shouted, and his right palm, which was placed at the end of the spear, was like a long rod, and the spear body was swung in a circle. Gotcha. But for Yang Yun to be able to become a grandmaster 200 years ago, his attainments in spear techniques were profound and definitely incomparably valiant. Although this spirit general card was created when he was young, but his spear techniques, at that time, could already be seen. A few sounds that caused people's hearts to tremble. The silver spirit general instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared in the air. A strong force came from the spear body, and the isolated spirit general floated backwards, dispersing the force. The spirit general's gray eyes stared at Tang Tian. Tang Tian's cold sneer said it slowly and clearly. Zhou Peng's face was so red that it seemed to be bleeding, his fingernails were almost digging into his flesh, but he did not dare to move. The surrounding spectators were completely dumbfounded. This is not reasonable. A loud shout. The Zhou family's bodyguard's roar stopped abruptly, and a palm came out from his chest. The three of them were petrified. It was actually Tang Tian. The Silver Spirit General was blocked again and again, his fighting spirit was boiling, and in his gray glass-like eyes, a ray of silver light lit up. You tell me, who can you kill? Shen Yuan stared blankly at Tang Tian, who was in the arena, and suddenly remembered the day when he was at the spectator stand. Zhou Peng's face was ashen, the Silver Spirit General was completely destroyed in front of his eyes, and he lost his last bit of confidence and courage. Han Bingning silently thought, as expected, he has returned to his original form. The Silver Spirit General's 4th level true power was shockingly condensed, and with the activation of the spear techniques, it was unstoppable and effortlessly destroyed Tang Tian's 1st level crane body. The Silver Spirit General was even more flustered, and he desperately tried to push Tang Tian out. His right fist that was at his waist brought along an undetectable tremor and fiercely punched out. Ding! Tang Tian was not surprised at all, and his killing technique had long been waiting. He immediately released his defense, and let the energy flow along the Dantian stairs straight down, and rush towards the 2nd crane body. Everyone's eyes were lifeless, they looked at Tang Tian, and completely lost the ability to speak. Eagle Claw Technique, a rank 3 martial technique, the 5 fingers were like iron claws, and it was famous for its finger strength. 3 sounds of impact sounded out at the same time, and in everyone's ears, it was as if there was only one sound. Who can you kill? Tang Tian's move was out of the Silver Spirit General's expectations. Although Tang Tian's true power was only at the 3rd level, but under the activation of the crane body energy, it was far from what a normal 3rd level true power could compare to. The energy of the minute collapsing fist just now was not fanciful at all, and the Silver Spirit General was still dispelling the energy, but he did not expect Tang Tian to be fine, and actually pounced forward. Unknowingly, Sima Xiangshan appeared behind another Zhou family guard, who was lying in a pool of blood. Sima Xiangshan's face revealed a harmless smile. I wholeheartedly agree. How is that possible? How is that possible? That is the Isolated Spirit Spear. Spear Grandmaster Yang Yun's Isolated Spirit Spear, hiss. Many people's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They had seen Tang Tian use the flash fist before, but they had never seen such a magnificent flash fist. What a fast fist! The Silver Spirit General seemed to know that something was wrong, and was obviously flustered. Even the Isolated Spirit Spear could not win against him. Brother Yuan, your spirit cards are really good. They are very useful. Tang Tian's other martial techniques were far inferior to the minute collapsing fist, but Tang Tian was still able to cultivate each of them more than 100,000 times. If it was any other school, any student with such a number of cultivation would definitely be considered to have entered the chamber of martial arts. Kakaka! Tang Tian's entire body suddenly exerted strength. The Silver Spirit General's body trembled, and disappeared from his original position. In the next moment he appeared in front of Tang Tian, and a spear shadow brought along an afterimage, rapidly expanding in front of Tang Tian's eyes. A fist accurately hit the side of the spear tip. Liang Qiu retracted his palm as though there was no one around, his palm was spotless, and said indifferently, "There is no need for a family like the Zhou family to stay in Star Wind City." Liang Qiu silently thought, "I have such an identity." Tang Tian's eyes flashed a cold light, his body slightly bent, and suddenly leapt up. Tang Tian's face was cold, he took out the black metal gloves from the Aquarius martial cabinet, and calmly put them on. Han Bingning sheathed her sword, and the Zhou family bodyguard by her feet lost his life, and said in a deep voice, "I represent the Han family and the Northern Yen, and support the annihilation of the Zhou family." But why did he suddenly become so strong? Tang Tian's crane body energy was already as sharp as a blade, and the 5 fingers that locked onto the spear body were like 5 steel blades, firmly locking onto the spear body. The spear body rotated at a high speed and instantly created countless dazzling sparks, bursting out from his 5 fingers. This brat, the incomparably ferocious 4th-level true power, plunged into the second crane body. All the blood on Zhou Peng's face faded away, and he was as pale as paper. All the anger and killing intent, at this moment, had completely melted. Endless fear, like a rising tide, engulfed every corner of his heart. His prediction was very accurate. A faint sound of bones breaking, Zhou Peng clutched his throat, his lifeless eyes lost all signs of life, and fell to the ground. And the Silver Spirit General, who was in the middle of the situation, felt an even more astonishing pressure. 5 fingers firmly locked onto the spear body. The black metal gloves firmly blocked the tip of the spear, and could not move an inch. Zhou Peng, who do you want to kill? Who can you kill? Ding ding ding. The black palms suddenly exploded and transformed into 10 irregular palm shadows. These palm shadows were like mottled shadows cast by the sun through the cracks of the trees. The light and dark alternated, giving people a feeling that it was unavoidable. Tang Tian's voice that was filled with ridicule sounded out again, his gaze cold. Fundamental Tang. You have to be careful. A Maori anxiously reminded. When Han Bingning realized this, Tang Tian was slowly walking towards Zhou Peng. Tang Tian's figure disappeared. A Maori's eyes opened wide. The process of the battle just now made him almost unable to believe his eyes. Fundamental Tang. You actually became so strong. I've trained all 5 martial techniques. Wow, so powerful. Tang Tian had never wanted to kill a person so much. The intense killing intent in his heart was like a turbulent sea, unable to be stopped. He did not even try to stop it, but he did not know why. At this moment, his heart was unusually cold and calm. Tang Tian did not move an inch. The fist in his hand turned into a palm, broken shadow palm. But the 3 of them all had an expression of everything is over, and looked at Tang Tian. Tang Tian. Tang Tian was unusually calm. Both parties' true power was in a stalemate. Borrowing the strength from the opponent's arm, Tang Tian's body swayed. His body was as soft as noodles, one of his legs at an extremely strange angle. In a flash, he locked onto the Silver Spirit General's shoulder. Like a clay ox entering the sea, he disappeared without a trace. The Silver Spirit General's arms trembled, wanting to push Tang Tian out, but this tremor, to Tang Tian who had just experienced Wang Zhen's baptism, was simply not worth mentioning. Tang Tian borrowed this force. With his right hand at a strange angle, he suddenly locked onto the Silver Spirit General's elbow. Under the strengthening of the second crane body, the true power was blocked by the wall of perfection and could not advance any further, but the threads of true power flowed along his meridians and dispersed into Tang Tian's entire body, and all of Tang Tian's abilities had a huge increase. What kind of pervert is he? To the black metal gloves, these sparks did not have the slightest bit of destructive power, but the huge force from the spear body made his 5 fingers unable to hold on. Chance. He was like a puppet, dazed, like a wooden chicken. Chapter 50. Tang Tian stopped. He raised his head and looked above him. It was above him. All the atmosphere immediately disappeared. Old Fartway's unfathomable attitude was immediately broken. They are above us. Tang Tian shouted at Han Bingning. Among them, he was the most familiar with Han Bingning. Tang Tian was stunned. The opponent was actually rushing towards him. The rapier exploded into dozens of pieces, and like a torrential rain, it shot out explosively in all directions, bringing with it a sharp whistling sound that was like the sound of an angry arrow. The 4 of them had a change of expression. They immediately blocked and protected their bodies. That's right. The principal of Northern Yen Academy hated evil. He snorted. It must be because the seniors saw you committing such atrocities, and could not bear to do it. Sima Xiangshan, Han Bingning and Liang Qiu did not retreat. They held their weapons in their hands. As though they were facing a formidable enemy, they prepared to go forward and support. Tang Tian did not retreat either. It was rare to witness such a powerful battle. Liang Qiu's scattered hands, Sima Xiangshan's whip and Han Bingning's sword all whistled forward. The three of them were smart. They only needed to hold Mr. Wu back for a while. I can't guess? Old Fart Wei sneered. I understood when I saw Blood Eye. Let me tell you. Unfortunately, I also have a microscopic constellation treasure. Blood Eye. Microscopic constellation bronze treasure. It only has one function, and that is to identify the quality of blood meridians. Am I right? He was extremely sensitive to vibrations and collapsing forces. He could feel the vibrations coming from below his feet. He could immediately deduce that the place where the vibrations occurred was above their heads. Humph, just based on you guys, you want to stop me? Mr. Wu sneered. The fear on his face was swept away. His aura surged. He said, since you don't want to come out, then I will force you out. Mr. Wu took a deep breath. His face was flushed red. His long sleeves fluttered as he collided with the three of them. Why do you have to shut up? Tang Tian was astonished. They also understood that there must be an expert helping them. Otherwise, with their strength, there was no way they could break out of this situation. The changes in power within the mysterious Soul Palace were strange and unpredictable. Coupled with the other party's 3 bronze artifacts, it was a flawless plan. The 4 of them stayed inside for a long time, but they did not notice anything. The expressions of the other 4 became serious. They all knew that this was Mr. Wu's final struggle before his death, and they all gave it their all. Crystal Sky's principal looked at Old Fart Wei. Old Fart Wei glared at him. What are you looking at me for? Sima Xiangshan silently said, pretend, you continue to pretend, please, you can also pretend a little more. Silver card, star stone and whatnot are too fake. The principal of Crystal Sky had an extremely high reputation in Star Wind City. No one knew where he came from in the past, but everyone knew that his strength was deep and unfathomable. He was extremely upright and did not show favoritism. Mr. Wu raised his head and screamed with all his might, "Who is it? Who dares to ruin my plans? Come out! Come out!" All of the students were shocked. Even the other 2 principals were shocked. This old man was actually Crystal Sky's principal's partner. Where did this old man come from? What? This is good stuff. Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound, and countless rocks fell down. Crystal Sky's principal snorted, "You must have seen it. We have been partners for 20 years. Whatever you are thinking, I can see it with one look." His body moved like a ghost. A black shadow flashed as fast as lightning, straight towards the principal of Northern Yen Academy. Old Fart Wei stared intently at Mr. Wu, and slowly said word by word, "Am I right? Onyx Soul Mr. Wu." A few figures fell down. Mr. Wu's figure dashed left and right. The formation of the 4 of them had a slight deviation. Mr. Wu's eyes flashed a cold aura. His figure flashed, tricking the 4 of them into moving. He shouted, and the rapier in his hand suddenly released a dazzling light aura. "Principal! Principal!" Everyone who had been listening attentively to the discussion of the 3 immediately tensed up. Everyone more or less felt that something was wrong. Now that they heard the 3 big shots say it, the atmosphere immediately became tense. "Alright, speak. No one is going to snatch it from you." Crystal Sky's principal snorted. Suddenly, a burst of energy spread out crazily. "Hey, the one with the surname Wu, you can't run away." Beast School's principal said, "To set up such a big trap, what you are after is not small." A whip shadow suddenly coiled around the big man. It was Sima Xiangshan. With a flick of his wrist, the big man's huge body was flung to the side. A few people exclaimed in unison. All the murderous and oppressive atmosphere immediately vanished into thin air. The big man took a deep breath. With a shout, he jumped up from the ground. The pumpkin hammer in his hand lit up with a yellow light. He swung it towards the ceiling of the cave. Old Fart Wei looked at Mr. Wu coldly, his eyes overflowing with killing intent. The 3 big shots looked at each other and tactfully kept quiet. To discuss such a serious topic in such a strange atmosphere was too difficult. "All right." Northern Yen Academy's principal agreed. Old Fart Wei helplessly turned his head and looked at Crystal Sky's principal. "Well, That's about it. Then he did not forget to add on, we agreed before, those few bronze treasures belong to me. Tang Tian exclaimed, old fart, you're here too. Tang Tian first ran over and checked on Amauri. Seeing that he was fine, he eagerly ran over to collect his spoils of war. You can guess? Mr. Wu laughed, just based on the few of you, how can you break the trap? Call out the real experts behind you. I have no problem too. Beast School's principal nodded. I'll do it. A big man stood out. In his hand was a pumpkin hammer with a long handle. The huge iron hammer caused people to suck in a breath of cold air. The big man's body was as though it was cast from copper and iron. Compared to Amauri, he was actually a level higher. Mr. Wu was aware of the four's intentions. He suddenly revolved his true power, and his face revealed a bewitching red. His speed suddenly increased, and the sword in his hand suddenly pierced through the air with an ear-piercing sound. The surrounding people were overwhelmed with shock as they retreated. The impact of the fifth-level true power was filled with destructive power. Old Fart Wei's eyes twitched. He could not help but turn his face and scolded, will you die if you don't shut up? What? This person has it too. Sima Xiangshan and Xin Yuan were dumbstruck. They had heard that Old Fart Wei and the principal had a quarrel before, but no one would have thought that the two of them were actually partners. Xin Yuan's face turned pale. If that was the case, wouldn't Crystal Sky and Caramel Academy be brother academies? Then he would go and find trouble with Caramel Academy. But after the intense battle, Mr. Wu was already injured. Blood stains started to soak his clothes, and his sword's momentum also slowed down. This guy is really a fat sheep. Wah. Rank 4 silver grade card, Rank 4 star rocks. The few of them were all injured. It was obvious that they had experienced a fierce battle. If it was Sima Xiangshan, he might have suspected that Tang Tian was plotting something. But Han Bingning would not. She suddenly stood up and asked, which senior would use a hammer? The ceiling of the cave that was made up of rocks collapsed with a loud bang. Just at this time, an excited voice suddenly rang out. Everyone tactfully turned their gazes to the side. The three elders had set a very good example. Mr. Wu had a slender black sword in his hand. He nimbly bent the sword's tip, and with a flick of the sword's body, a buzzing sound could be heard. What? Old fart, you're so powerful. Tang Tian shouted with a shocked face. Rumble. The surrounding people's eyes twitched, but they continued to pretend that they did not hear anything. Tang Tian was a person who killed without batting an eye. He must not be offended. Looking at how Tang Tian killed Zhou Peng without hesitation, it was as though he was killing a chicken. Even the Zhou clan suffered a calamity. Bang, bang. Liang Qiu muttered, it's just a silver grade card. Just a star rock. You did it on purpose. Stop yelling. The elders will definitely not be able to stand by and watch. They will punish you a little. Old Fart Wei said proudly, you should just admit your guilt honestly and accept your punishment. That way we can save some effort. The starry door is real. The labyrinth of spirits is also real. In the face of benefits, everyone will be muddle-headed. You only need to quietly make a move, collect blood, use the blood eye to analyze it, find the target, make them disappear quietly, and extract the blood meridians you need. Because you have already set up a trap in the labyrinth of spirits. But you did not expect it to fail. That's right. Something is very wrong. The light barrier and the rocks are different. I suspect that someone did something to it. If not, this is a trap. Sima Xiangshan was a fan of conspiracy theories. His eyes lit up like a cat in the dark. The principal of the Northern Yen School shouted. He was not afraid. His sword aura spread out, and a storm of ding-dong could be heard. The other three did not hesitate and attacked at the same time. Mr. Wu's strength was unfathomable. 1 against 4, and he was able to hold on. His figure was extremely fast. Tang Tian could only see a black shadow. He could not see his figure at all. The thin and soft sword, in Mr. Wu's hands, was full of killing power. Old Fart Wei laughed. Of course I can see it. But it is not difficult for me to say it. Those few treasures will belong to me. My Caramel Academy is small and poor. My 2 students have nothing on them. How pitiful! Be careful. It is the bronze treasure of Volan's constellation, sword. Old Fartway quickly warned. The 3 bosses felt very awkward, so they pretended to discuss it. The 4 principals had rich battle experience. Their fighting style was not rushed. It was obvious that they wanted to exhaust Mr. Wu's strength. Taking advantage of this time, Mr. Wu's body was like a loach. He slipped out of the circle. Mr. Wu's expression froze. I advise you to be honest. The principal of Northern Yen School snorted. Crystal Sky Principal, Northern Yen Principal, Beast Principal, and Old Fartway. The 4 of them surrounded one person. This time, something is not right. Liang Qiu's face was solemn. Han Bingning muttered, return to your original form. Mr. Wu's mouth leaked out blood. His eyes flashed a fierce look. Borrowing the force, he suddenly increased his speed. Old Fartway's strength caused the 2 principals to be shocked. 3 bronze treasures were nothing to them. They were willing to pay such a small price to be on good terms with him. Mr. Wu looked at Old Fartway in fear. You? Who are you? Sima Xiangshan and the rest had a weird look on their faces. As expected, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. This Old Fartway and Tang Tian had the same character. His long sleeves were instantly torn apart, revealing his arms that were bleeding profusely. Mr. Wu. He could not afford to offend such a person. That's easy to guess. You set up such a big trap. You let the city lord bring the honorable martial group here. 9 out of 10, you have the idea of blood meridians. Then let me guess again. You have mastered some kind of secret technique that can refine blood meridians. But this secret technique has a requirement for blood meridians. Furthermore, it requires an astonishing amount of blood meridians. If you were in any constellation in Heaven's Road, doing this would attract attention. That's why you came to Wu and Star. You used the name of reclamation to set up this trap. Even if a lot of people died, no one would suspect you. How can there be no deaths in reclamation? It's normal for people to die. Chapter 51. Bing, we need to hit the fog wall. Suddenly, a bright red flame appeared, as though it had a demonic power, burning fiercely. The impact of this matter was far greater than what Tang Tian had imagined, and the entire Wu and Star was in a state of anxiety. Onyx Soul was a dark power, and had already started to extend its claws to Wu and Star. All the city lords started to unite, and prepared to invite some honorable martial alliance to come and help. The red flame suddenly emerged from Mr. Wu's body, and in the blink of an eye, the dazzling flame completely engulfed Mr. Wu. And when Tang Tian injected his true power, it was as fast as a gust of wind, and the explosive power of 8 steps overtaking Cicada was even more obvious. Tang Tian was confused. What has it got to do with us? As expected, Tang Tian found Bing inside. Shua, the other 3 principals' eyes suddenly turned red, all sorts of envy, jealousy, and hatred, looking as though they were about to snatch him away, especially the beast principal, who was beating his chest and stamping his feet. The most important thing was, do not be fooled by his silly appearance. It was a facade, an absolute facade. Oh, let's walk and talk, Old Fartway said. Without thinking, Tang Tian brandished his strongest fist, Great Avalanche. The red flame emerged, wrapping around the blade. The flame dissipated, and Mr. Wu completely turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Bang! This is a legend. Anyway, I have never seen it before. Old Fartway said this, but his face was full of pride, and with a snap of his fingers, Amauri, come, show me your fornax fire. As expected, he could not squeeze it out this time. The students were a relatively simple group. To be able to make them do such a thing, it must be someone that they truly revere. Crystal Sky Principal opened his mouth. What do we do now? After 10 consecutive days of crazy training, Tang Tian's broken shadow palm had finally been trained to perfection. Tang Tian decided to train Eagle Claw Technique, Consecutive Joint Technique, and 8 Steps Overtaking Cicada to perfection and then train in rank 4 martial techniques. Oh. A Maori raised the black iron blade in his hand and said, "Fornax." When Tang Tian and a Maori followed Old Fartway to the groundsmaster's residence, it was packed with people. The sound of fists colliding could be heard. The red flames instantly entered Mr. Wu's body. Mr. Wu froze in place, his expression frozen. He stared blankly at Tang Tian, as if he couldn't believe that Tang Tian's punch could hit him. Indeed, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. "Hey, how did you get in?" Tang Tian could not help but ask. Bing's entire body was filled with mysteries, but this fellow was like toothpaste, squeezed bit by bit, and could not be squeezed out every time. The godlike young man was full of vigor again. Damn it. However, the higher the grade of the secret treasure, the stronger its martial spirit. In the past, without any reference, Tang Tian's feeling wasn't obvious. Now that he was bombarding the fog walls every day, the power of the black iron gauntlets could be seen. It was the same broken shadow palm, but with the black iron gauntlets, the power was increased by at least 20%. The Honorable Martial Alliance is one of the enemies of Onyx Soul. Old Fartway said, "This time, the Honorable Martial Alliance has another mission, which is to select talented youths. This is one of the traditions of the Honorable Martial Alliance. The groundsmaster is very interested in this matter. If someone is selected, then the Wu and Star will automatically be under the protection of the Honorable Martial Alliance." Tang Tian had previously heard from the Crystal Sky Principle in the Labyrinth of Spirits that if the black iron gauntlets could summon the Fornax fire, it would be possible to advance. Thus, he specially went to the quarry and found Brother Stone. When Stone heard that he could summon the Fornax fire, he was pleasantly surprised, and told him the method to advance the black iron gauntlets. Pooh! This warm feeling made all of Tang Tian's fear swept away. The bronze treasure martial spirit, compared to the iron treasure martial spirit, was much stronger. The soaring boots of the pony's martial spirit was a miniature pony. When Tang Tian's true power was injected into the pony martial spirit, the pony happily galloped. It was very peculiar. Under the illumination of the fire, the young man's panting face was flickering, bringing with it a terrifying power. The black iron gauntlets were already so powerful, causing Tang Tian to be filled with anticipation towards the bronze treasures. Tang Tian did not even raise his head. So be it. He stood in front of the fog wall. Facing the fog wall, he started to activate the broken shadow palm. Bang bang bang, he started to train. Tang Tian suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. "Nonsense." Old Fartway continued, "If you guys can enter the Honorable Martial Alliance, I will be relieved. The Honorable Martial Alliance is very unique in nurturing youths, and their internal martial techniques are not the same as ours. The standards of the teachers inside are even higher. The one with the surname Wu, if placed in the Honorable Martial Alliance, he would only be an ordinary member. Onyx Soul's reputation is not good. The Honorable Martial Alliance is not bad. This guy is too poor." Tang Tian was dumbstruck. He could not believe it. After the previous incident, Tang Tian's reputation rose. The isolated spirit spear, a silver-ranked spirit general, was definitely at the 4th level of power. Adding on the Grandmaster level spear technique, it was terrifying, but it was still killed by Tang Tian. And Mr. Wu, who was burnt to ashes, was even more astonishing. It was said that he was at the 5th level, although he was lucky. Bing was silent. When Tang Tian appeared, the students who were discussing immediately quietened down, not making a sound. Everyone looked at him, their gazes filled with respect. The crowd spontaneously opened up a path. "It really is the Fornax flame." The principal of the Northern Yen Academy muttered to himself, "The Fornax weapon, the lower the grade, the harder it is to summon the flame. The probability of the Fornax weapon summoning the flame is less than 1 in 10,000. Wrong way to use it?" Tang Tian was stunned. He looked at Bing suspiciously. "Then tell me, how do I use it?" The punch looked ordinary. Even the demonic red flame on the fist seemed to have become gentle. Tang Tian wanted to smack his head. Why did he not think of this method before? Thinking of the training in the past, a person punching the air, how silly was that? Mr. Wu was now truly an arrow at the end of its flight. Tang Tian's punch, he could not avoid, it firmly imprinted on his chest. You are belittling the honorable martial alliance. Immortal constellation is within the sphere of influence of the honorable martial alliance. Old Fart Wei retorted with a look of disdain. I want to find Chia. Tang Tian looked at Old Fart Wei as if he was looking at an idiot. Stop training first. Old Fart Wei suddenly appeared. That was a power that people could only look up to. The people from the Honorable Martial Alliance are here. Old Fart Wei said. The method was simple, it was to wear the gloves, summon the Fornax fire, and continuously attack. The Fornax fire in the gloves would continuously temper the gloves, until it advanced. Fornax. Tang Tian roared. The Fornax black iron gloves suddenly emitted a red flame. All the true power in his body subconsciously surged to the extreme. This time it was as if the second crane body also sensed danger, and revolved at an unprecedented speed. Very quickly, a few principals decided to report to the city lord first. So powerful? Tang Tian was stunned. In his heart, Immortal Constellation was a big constellation. All the principles that were full of praise suddenly disappeared. The shock in everyone's eyes disappeared at the same time. But 5th level, report to the city lord. Northern Yen principal said in a low voice. This matter also involves Onyx Soul. It is not a small matter. Tang Tian liked this pair of soaring pony boots very much. The bronze-colored metal boots were carved with cute little ponies. The surface was matte, it was not eye-catching, but it was very comfortable to wear. Lightly stepping on the ground, Tang Tian felt that his body suddenly became much lighter. Do not anger him. That is the Honorable Martial Group. The lowest requirement for them to join the group is to be at least a 5th level of strength. Imo Li's face was filled with envy. A 5th level of strength in Wu and Star was definitely a true strong martial artist. But all these things had nothing to do with Tang Tian. Oh, I want to train. Tang Tian did not even raise his head. Northern Yen Principal and Crystal Sky Principal both stared blankly at Tang Tian. On the way, after Old Fart Wei's explanation, Tang Tian then understood the meaning behind it. Wu and Star was a fringe star, not in Heaven's Road. Regardless of whether it was the Honorable Martial Alliance or Onyx Soul, they did not care about it. But this time, Onyx Soul caused such a huge ruckus, and Wu and Star immediately became nervous, and immediately contacted the Honorable Martial Alliance. The Honorable Martial Alliance specially sent people to investigate the matter. Tang Tian stared at Bing, but Bing was indifferent. Tang Tian retracted his gaze and thought, sigh, this is a good way to train. After continuously exploring, Tang Tian finally had his own understanding of star treasures. Every star treasure had an existence similar to a martial spirit inside. It was the source of the star treasure's power. As long as true power was injected, the martial spirit would awaken. Different star treasures, the martial spirit would also be different. Some martial spirits were good at fighting, some were good at supporting, some could increase true power, some could release true power. Silver grade cards were not very useful, so Tang Tian simply sold them and exchanged them for star rocks. In Heaven's Road, star rocks were the hard currency. From then on, Tang Tian never took off the gloves again. Bing was silent. This time, his harvest was huge. Other than a few silver grade cards, he also obtained a bronze star treasure. The Fornax gloves were nimble and light. Every joint was extremely close to each other. Regardless of whether Tang Tian used his palms, fists or claws, it was all effortless. Such a glorious battle record in Star Wind City was definitely the first. Tang Tian was previously hailed as the most trashy student in history, who knew how many people mocked him. But at this moment, no one dared to mock him. Tang Tian's ruthlessness and decisiveness in killing Zhou Peng had long been spread by the spectating students. The opponent's speed was so fast he could only see a blurry black shadow. For the first time, when Tang Tian wore the black metal gloves and used the Great Avalanche, he immediately felt the difference. A warm current flowed back into his body from the gloves, and along with his agitated true power, it once again entered the gloves. Tang Tian stopped and looked at Old Fart Wei curiously. Fog wall? Tang Tian's gaze landed on the fog wall. There were 2 gaps in the fog wall, one was from the lightning kill, the other was from the great avalanche. He knew that the fog wall could be destroyed, but he had always been focused on training and did not put much thought into it, so he did not bother. Equuleus constellation was located southwest of Pegasus constellation, north of Aquarius constellation. It was a very small constellation, only slightly bigger than Southern Cross constellation. Fornax fire! Beast Principal exclaimed. Tang Tian looked again, and suddenly thought of a question. How did you know? There's actually nothing left. Old Fartway's eyes widened, his face full of unwillingness. Hey, Fundamental Tang, have you heard? The Honorable Martial Alliance has sent people over. Amauri was excited. He could not help but look at Tang Tian seriously. Southern Cross constellation, you're using it wrong. Bing suddenly said calmly. The power of the broken shadow palm was much weaker than the great avalanche, but the fog wall was still slowly destroyed by Tang Tian. Equuleus constellation's bronze treasure, soaring boots of the pony. Only then did everyone react. To Tang Tian, this was an extremely useful treasure. It was the first time he experienced the power of a close-quarters combat expert, and Tang Tian felt that his entire body had an endless amount of energy. Once he thought about the other 4 martial techniques, and trained them to perfection, and then trained them into killing techniques, wow, that would definitely be extremely powerful. Seeing that, Tang Tian decided to just train by himself. Hitting the fog wall? Do not ever offend him. The first thing Tang Tian did when he returned to Caramel Academy was to enter the Southern Cross constellation's light door. Sima Xiangshan, Han Bingning, Liang Qiu and the rest were all there. Tang Tian had been calling himself godlike young lad every day. Do not ever think that it was a joke, it was the truth. You don't believe me? Then you're stupid. Everyone stared blankly at Tang Tian and the pile of flames in front of him. Standing on the balcony, the middle-aged man who was observing the students from afar had a look of surprise on his face. Crystal Sky Principal's face was also filled with shock. Legend has it that, once you can summon the Fornax fire, the black iron weapon will be able to evolve. Chapter 52. Gu Xiaoyu said weakly, I'll go with everyone. This rascal actually was so proud of himself. Sima Xiangshan choked. He felt as though thousands of arrows had pierced through his heart. He finally knew why Chia Shangguan liked Tang Tian. Because Tang Tian was even more of a bastard than her. Everyone mocked him. Tang Tian did not care and looked around curiously. This halo was a little mystical, it was colorful. As for the Honorable Martial Alliance, Tang Tian did not care too much. If not for the fact that he heard that the Heavens Road was dangerous, he planned to train his other martial techniques to perfection and then go to Immortal Constellation Mountain to look for Chia. Master Kong was a little surprised, but he smiled and said, The feelings of you youngsters are really enviable. The Immortal Constellation Mountain Division is not bad and will not bury your talents. Since you guys want to go, there's no problem. Liang Qiu's face was light and breezy. Oh, my hand accidentally slipped. Amauri's eyes widened. Fundamental Tang, you're a godlike young lad. How can your talent be bad? Tang Tian's talent was bad? Tang Tian stared curiously at the halo beneath his feet. The halo was shining with a black light. He wanted to stop him, but suddenly remembered that the person in charge of the Immortal Constellation Mountain Division was Master Kong's sister. The old man immediately shut his mouth. That's right. Revenge. Sima Xiangshan's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his voice was cold to the bone. Sima Xiangshan and the rest twitched their eyes. Please, you're an expert. Can you be more calm? Can you not be so weird? Without saying a word, he flicked his finger, and an even more dazzling halo emerged from his palm, covering Tang Tian. The old man's heart was full of confusion. Everyone's expression became weird. The person that the old man said was bad could only be Tang Tian, because only Tang Tian was there alone. It was definitely intentional. When the principal of Andy Academy saw that Gu Xiaoyu had been selected, his face revealed an ecstatic expression. Tang Tian looked around and suddenly realized that he was the only one in the black halo. It was even darker and shinier than before. Everyone's expression turned strange as they looked at the old man suspiciously. The injury on Liang Qiu's shoulder had healed. His voice was as calm as water, just like his smile. "Old mister, you used a secret treasure, right? Sometimes, secret treasures are prone to fluctuations." "Immortal constellation?" Master Kong smiled amiably. "That's convenient. We have a rather large division at Immortal Constellation Mountain. You can go to the outer barracks there." "That terrible woman. There's naturally no problem with these 5. Their talent is not bad, and they are still young. They have a lot of potential." Master Kong then looked at Tang Tian. "I think this little friend is quite interesting, but he is slightly older. He can be selected to join our outer camp." The old man's expression was terrible. It was his first time encountering such a situation, and it was in front of Master Kong. He had undoubtedly lost all his face. If it were any other students, he would have shouted at them. But these few people had outstanding talents and had a high possibility of entering the Honorable Martial Alliance. Those who heard this had their faces flushed red, and all wanted to vomit blood. Han Bingning frowned and said, "Tang, stop playing." The old man was completely dumbfounded. Since when did the Honorable Martial Alliance recruit people, and even let people choose their own division? 6 people stepped forward, and only Tang Tian remained at his original position. Everyone's hearts were filled with tears. They were already 100% sure that Tang Tian did it on purpose. Silver Halo, step forward 7 steps. This despicable fellow, he must be mocking the group. Such a vile character. So what if you are strong? Just because you are strong, you can mock the group. His face revealed a smile. "Mr. Kong, please test their talents." "Oh, everyone is here." The city lord nodded his head. The previous incident with Mr. Wu made him like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Until the people from the Honorable Martial Alliance came, he then had a good night's sleep. Han Bingning said without hesitation, "I want to go to Immortal Constellation Mountain too." She was a die-hard fan of Jie Shengguan. To be able to see her idol, no matter how far it was, she would still go. Of course, they forgot about another weirdo. Amauri's face was shocked and he shouted, "Fundamental Tang. You are indeed a godlike young lad. With such poor talent, you can actually cultivate to such a stage. It is really inspiring." Sima Xiangshan's face was all smiles, but his voice seemed to float out from a cold and damp crevice. "If young lad Tang's talent is considered poor, then how can we endure it? 1 arrow of enmity?" Tang Tian's eyes widened. Isn't there a lot of enmity?" His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. All the students did not dare to move. Those with bronze halos, step forward 3 steps. Master Kong's eyes flashed, and he smiled at the city lord. "I have been to so many cities, like Star Wind City, with so many talented and outstanding youths. This is the first time. I have long heard that City Lord has invested a lot of effort into education. Seeing it today, it is really admirable." The old man's face darkened. "I have been inspecting aptitudes for more than 20 years now, and I have never made a mistake." The old man was shocked. They were here on a mission. If they did not bring a single person back, what does a godlike young lad have to do with talent? Tang Tian did not agree. "Do you think we will believe it? Believe it, believe it? If we believe it, then we are fools." Everyone turned their faces. They could not bear to look. This was simply challenging the bottom line of intelligence. The city lord's face was full of joy. "Master Kong is flattering me. I wonder how many of these students are able to enter Master Kong's eyes?" Tang Tian was very clear that his own talent was not good. The 5 elements were balanced, and in other aspects, there was nothing outstanding. As for his body quality, he had benefited from 5 years of basic training. Compared to a Maori who was a natural-born bull, he was far from it. The old man turned and reported to the middle-aged man, "Master, there are 5 people with outstanding aptitudes, 42 people with good aptitudes, 6 people with qualified aptitudes, and 1 person with poor aptitudes." Everyone tactfully shut up. Even Tang Tian did not buy Han Bingning's account. The others did not have that much face. I want to go to Immortal Constellation Mountain. Wow, I can see Miss Chia. A Maori also raised his arms and shouted. Jet black and shiny. After a while, the color of the halo started to change, becoming different. The old man's heart settled. This time he dared to guarantee that there would be no problems. Such a jet black halo, it was the first time he had seen it, which meant that the young lad in front of him was not only bad, but extremely poor. If it was another person who said such words, everyone would have rushed up and trampled him to death. But now that Tang Tian was infamous, everyone could only bear with it, but this feeling was not good. Yes. An old man quickly stepped out, stood in front of the students, his hands suddenly lit up with a stack of halos. With a flick of his finger, the halos were like a goddess scattering flowers, flying towards the students. Miss Chia. Tang Tian was really too weird, so weird that even the old man was a little shaken. He thought to himself, could it be that this rascal used some treasures to conceal and confuse my own treasures? Should I test it again? The city lord was overjoyed. Suddenly 6 people were chosen. To Star Wind City, this was an extremely good result. From today onwards, Star Wind City would belong to the real sphere of influence of the Honorable Martial Alliance, and would receive the protection of the Honorable Martial Alliance. But what was this Honorable Martial Alliance? Was it really as powerful as the rumors said? It was a place where talent could not even be accurately measured. The future was really worrying. A middle-aged man wearing a white martial attire smiled and nodded. His martial attire was embroidered with beautiful golden lace. He had a graceful bearing and ordered, "Then let's begin." A Maori suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted, "This is definitely not possible. Fundamental Tang's talent is extremely bad? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible." All of Tang Tian's words were automatically filtered out by the crowd. This rascal is a bastard. He just wants to pull our intelligence to his level and then use his rich experience to defeat us. It is like this, it must be like this. I want to go to Immortal Constellation Mountain. Tang Tian stretched out his hand. He was determined. If he could not go to Immortal Constellation Mountain, then he would not go to any Honorable Martial Alliance. For the first time in everyone's hearts, there was an inexplicable sense of ridicule. Was this ridicule? It must be. And it was a group ridicule. Tang Tian heard it and exclaimed, with a strange face, "The old man did not test wrongly. My talent was originally very bad." Han Bingning's cold voice sounded, "Old mister, I wonder if you can test it again?" But everyone's eyes uniformly stared at the circle of light. The old man saw everyone's reaction and was a little hesitant. Could there really be a problem? A Maori's head was hit. He opened his eyes wide, looked back angrily, and then saw Big Brother Liang Qiu. The anger on his face immediately dissipated. With a blank face, "Big Brother Liang, why did you hit me?" Young lady." Tang Tian's face was blank. "What are you playing at?" Seeing that some of the students subconsciously dodged, the old man shouted, "Don't move." There were only 5 people: Sima Xiangshan, Liang Qiu, Han Bingning, a Maori, and an unknown student. That student had a blank face. If Zhou Peng was still alive, he would definitely be able to recognize this was Gu Xiaoyu, who was often bullied by him. This time, there were more students, Wang Zhen and a group of famous students. Most of them were among them. The remaining people were sparse. There were only 7 people. "Please, it's fine if you pretend to be a noob, but you also have to pretend that your talent is bad. Do you think everyone is stupid?" "On the contrary," Tang Tian said proudly, "I told you, my talent is very bad." "That's great." Tang Tian jumped excitedly, raised his arms and shouted, "We can save on travel expenses." Everyone's weird face froze on their faces. Sima Xiangshan's face darkened. He clenched his teeth. "Xie Shangguan? That's great, Immortal Constellation Mountain. I never thought that I would have the chance to take revenge." Liang Qiu said lightly, "Not being able to fight with Miss Chie? It's a lifetime regret. Let's go together." Then he heard the old man shout, "Those with the golden circle of light, step forward 10 steps." The circle of light flew into the sky, quickly becoming bigger, and scattered down. Every circle of light covered a student. Chapter 53. Old Fart, you better worry about yourself. With us two geniuses leaving, if you don't have enough points next year, we won't be able to help you. Tang Tian made a face at Old Fart Wei. Tang Tian's gaze was gentle, and he muttered softly, "I'm coming." After tens of thousands of hits, Tang Tian finally felt the flame martial spirit in the gloves becoming more and more solid, and was no longer as unstable as before, as though it could extinguish at any time. Without too much sadness, Tang Tian waved to the two, and jumped into the carriage. Tang Tian trained crazily. Master Kong continued, "But, as long as you perform well enough, the rewards you get will far exceed your imagination. Your previous school, your family will all benefit. The power of the Honorable Martial Alliance is much bigger than you can imagine. So, in this period of time, don't think about anything else. What you need to think about is how to become strong, become even stronger, and let your teachers see your potential faster." The carriage was very big, and the decorations inside were not luxurious, but it was very comfortable, and the space was surprisingly big. That night, Tang Tian did not train. Master Tsun's face revealed a warm smile. "Tangdan, well done." Beside the tombstone, Tang Tian sat for the entire night. When the morning sun rose, Tang Tian woke up from his dream. Master Kong laughed. "This is the Pegasus Constellation's Pegasus carriage, most suitable for long-distance travel. Pegasus Constellation's carriage is rather famous and is very balanced in all aspects. This carriage can accommodate 200 people. But we usually only seat around 30 people, and the other places are all modified into training grounds." The perfect broken shadow palm. When released, the palm shadow would break into 12 small pieces, but the killing move, Sky Full of Stars, could explode into 36 rays of energy, and the range was even more astonishing. Master Kong laughed. "Wuan Star is a fringe star, not in Heaven's Road, and it is your first time traveling. There are some things I have to explain to you." Now the space behind the cross door had expanded a lot, and was already 7 to 8 feet wide. It had a feeling of opening up, and the space to move had increased. Immortal Constellation. Chia. Everyone was dumbstruck when they heard this and were extremely astounded. You will notice that after a period of time, the familiar faces around you will become fewer and fewer. Tang Tian held onto his knees, panting heavily and sweating profusely. Bing was behind him, quietly floating. Once you can't keep up with the others, no one will scold you or beat you. Your only outcome is to disappear without a trace. In those dangerous missions, you will die quietly and no one will know. Master Kong's expression was solemn. "I'm not joking." Bang bang bang. Tang Tian, who was wearing the black iron gloves, constantly faced the fog wall. His palms were enveloped in flames, and each palm struck the fog wall, sparks bursting out. According to Big Brother Stone's explanation, every strike was like a forging, and the glove's martial spirit would be tempered. Third-tier Qinggong naturally can't compare to the star carriage. But the star carriage consumes star rocks, and for us to go back and forth like this, we need at least a 4th-level star rock. Tang Tian was sweating profusely. Every palm he struck, the palm would explode into 12 small pieces in the air, and the fog wall in front of Tang Tian would explode into pieces. Become stronger? Bing's unchanging voice, that blank face, made him look like a robot doll that could speak. Why do we need to become stronger? After staring for a long time, Tang Tian resolutely turned and ran down the mountain. Everyone's face changed. Master Kong's words made them shocked. No one would have thought that the Honorable Martial Alliance that everyone wanted to enter was actually so dangerous internally. Only 200,000 times of training left. To all of you, this is the most important thing, and also the only important thing. Don't take any chances. Our internal competition will be more cruel and direct than you can imagine. During this period of time on the road, I will personally guide all of you. Master Kong said indifferently, "Everyone, do your best." When Tang Tian rushed to the city gate, he saw an extremely large carriage, with 3 copper carriages connected together. In front of the carriage, there were many people who came to send them off. Tang Tian saw Master Tsun and Old Fart Wei in the crowd. Master Tsun was recruited by Old Fartway into the Caramel Academy to teach the students the basics. The others could still maintain their composure, but Gu Xiaoyu was already trembling in fear. Among these people, his strength was the weakest, and he still did not understand how he was chosen. Bing was silent. The carriage slowly moved, and everyone waved to the outside. No matter how strong they were usually, they were still teenagers. The speed of the carriage was extremely fast, and after a while, they could not see anyone. Starwind City gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Only then did the teenagers return to their seats, but everyone was not in high spirits. This was their first time experiencing parting. Big Brother Stonehead's method was indeed effective, and Tang Tian was greatly encouraged. If it was any other person, after tens of thousands of hits, there was only a slight change. Most people would feel that it was not worth it. But Tang Tian was extremely happy. Anyway, he had to train, and he could also upgrade the black metal gloves to bronze gloves. Where else could he find such a good thing? Everyone greeted each other, but they were not in high spirits. Han Bingning still had traces of tears on her face. Old Fartway also shouted at the side, "Young man Tang, don't embarrass our Caramel Academy." Looking at the arrogant and naive face of the young man, Master Tsun's heart was filled with emotions. He encouraged him seriously, "Tang Tian, remember, no matter what, don't give up. Because there are many things I want to do." Tang Tian said with a matter-of-fact face. He suddenly asked curiously, "Bing, don't you have anything you want to do?" After half an hour, everyone's emotions of parting gradually faded, and the atmosphere in the carriage started to warm up. "This speed is even faster than my 8 steps overtaking cicada." Tang Tian's face was full of surprise. Tang Tian's movements suddenly stopped. This time, he was really curious and came over. "Bing, what do you want to do? Didn't you say you have already atoned for your mistakes?" Master Kong's gaze slowly swept across everyone. Tang Tian could hear the concern in Master Tsun's words. His heart was warm, and he nodded his head vigorously. "Master, I will not give up. All of your talents are not bad, but don't be arrogant. When you arrive at Immortal Constellation Mountain, you will realize that there are more talented youths than you can imagine. You will realize that the life in the Honorable Martial Group in Starwind City is completely different. The Honorable Martial Group encourages competition, and the competition within the Honorable Martial Group has always been intense. Regardless of techniques or resources, if you want more, you need to stand out from the competition. The more outstanding you are, the more support you will receive from the Honorable Martial Group. You all need to quickly get used to the competition. The competition in the Honorable Martial Group is everywhere. Not only you, even I have to face the same competition. I have picked a few of you and arranged for you to go to Immortal Constellation Mountain. There are risks and pressures, but you are all smart people. I think you all can understand." Broken Shadow Palm was not suitable to destroy the fog wall. It was a group attack martial technique, and its destructive power was much smaller than Minute Collapsing Fist. But because of the large area of effect, although the speed was not fast, but after hundreds of thousands of times of training, it still destroyed a large portion of the fog wall. Not long after, the rest of them boarded the carriage. "Master Tsun." Tang Tian waved his arms and shouted. With a few leaps, he flew in front of Master Tsun. Everyone immediately pricked up their ears. Through the window of the carriage, looking outside, suddenly, Tang Tian felt a little sad. After living here for 17 years, it was finally time to leave. But he immediately pulled himself together. This was a new beginning, and he could look forward to the future. The martial spirit inside the black metal gloves was a ball of fleeting flames. Tang Tian, who had just recovered some of his strength, was stunned. He straightened his back, his face full of perspiration, his wet hair rising. He looked at Bing and said seriously, "I want to become stronger." Everyone immediately felt a strong pressure, and their faces congealed. Everyone had seen the 4th level Star Rock before, but in Starwind City, it was definitely a rare item. But in other people's place, a round trip would require a 4th level Star Rock. The Honorable Martial Alliance immediately established a rich and overbearing image in everyone's hearts. Outsiders did not believe that his aptitude was really bad, but he knew that his talent was indeed not good. To be stronger than others, he had to put in far more sweat and effort than others. There was no room for luck. In a few days, they would be leaving for immortal Constellation Mountain. He wanted to understand the killing technique of Broken Shadow Palm in these few days. Bing was silent. Just as Tang Tian was preparing to start training again, he suddenly said, "Yes." Old Fart Wei laughed out loud. "Young man, get lost." He patted the dirt off his butt, looked at the tombstone and said softly, "Mom, I'm leaving. Don't worry about me. I'm very brave. I'm not afraid at all. Your son is already a man. Mom, I'm going to pursue my dreams." Bing looked at Tang Tian. On the empty whiteboard, there was not a bit of joy or anger. "All the best, godlike young man Bing." Tang Tian raised his arm, waved at Bing with force twice, wiped his perspiration, and turned to continue training. Tang Tian felt that his whole body was full of energy, and behind the cross door, he trained with all his might. Tang Tian still remembered Bing's words, "His sins have been redeemed, and his body has become a spirit." Bing quietly looked at Tang Tian's back, and did not say a word. Bing floated behind Tang Tian, and did not say a word. "Since there's something you want to do, then do it." Tang Tian's eyes flashed with a dazzling light. "You've already endured for so many years, so many terracotta figures, and only you have become a spirit. It means that you're destined to be an extraordinary terracotta figure. But, just like me, godlike young man. What kind of car is this? It's so fast." A Maori leaned on the window with a face full of surprise. Suddenly, Bing asked, "Why are you so hardworking?" Tang Tian's Broken Shadow Palm had long been trained to perfection, and in this period of time, he did not relax at all, but to the killing technique, Sky Full of Stars, he still had 200,000 repetitions of training. Chapter 54. What? The carriage was about 10 feet long and 3 feet wide, but it was empty. The spirit cards on the wall were motionless. What's going on? Is there a problem? Tang Tian looked around, his face full of confusion. When the light dissipated, there was nothing on the 4 walls. The hardship training behind the cross door lasted for 10 days. It was dry and tedious and definitely intimidating. Although they could use it to hit the fog wall, it was not as exciting as actual combat training. The speed of the light beam was not slow. Very quickly, the spirit cards on the first wall were all swept by the light beam, and it jumped to the second wall. At this moment, the spirit cards on the wall suddenly lit up one after another. The light beam quickly swept past each card, and then jumped from the second wall to the third wall. Among the bronze treasures, Gray Cat's pupil is very good, but if it is unable to find the opponent's weakness, it will enter a state of frenzy, and its martial spirit will receive a fatal blow. When this thought emerged in their minds, it could not be suppressed and firmly occupied their minds. Really did not have any weaknesses? Everyone looked at Tang Tian as though they were looking at a monster. The old man did not understand. "No. I used it a few days ago." "That's right." Master Kong laughed out loud. "How about it? Interested?" Gray Cat's pupil is choosing a spirit card. Master Kong said, "This guy." Tang Tian's gaze landed on everyone and exclaimed, "Hey, what's with your expressions? You guys can see that something is wrong, right?" "That's right, I waited for half a day, but nothing came out. You guys can see, I didn't even move a thing. I definitely didn't break it." The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Just at this moment, the light beam turned chaotic, like a headless fly. Master Kong had seen countless people, but it was his first time seeing such a strange young man, so he wasted a quota of the outer barracks to choose Tang Tian. The quota of the outer barracks was not as strict as the inner barracks, so even if Tang Tian did not come out in the future, the responsibility would not fall on him. When the light beam landed on the last spirit card, the light beam suddenly disappeared, and the square light barrier slowly descended in front of everyone's lifeless eyes. "This requires some time," Master Kong said. "It is looking for the most suitable spirit general." He did not have time to react. On the 4 walls, the 271 spirit cards exploded one after another like firecrackers. Fundamental Tang didn't break it. A Maori stepped forward bravely. This ray of light was shot down by the gray cat's pupil. The gray cat's pupil is a bronze treasure of the Lynx constellation and is also the core of the defense of the martial grounds. To a certain extent, it can see through the weakness of the opponent's mentality. This way, the fighting grounds will be able to choose a corresponding spirit general to fight with. Master Kong explained, and the 271 spirit cards on the wall almost cover all types of spirit generals. Even though these spirit cards were only of the 4th level, many high-leveled martial artists who entered the fighting grounds were also in a sorry state. You don't have to feel burdened. It's okay even if you lose. Actually, I built the Spirit General fighting grounds not to win or lose, but to overcome my own weakness. This is also why I use the 4th level spirit cards, because if the level is too high, the suppression of strength will cause people to overlook my weakness. The old man's face was full of shock. He suddenly realized, this Tang Tian seemed to be a little weird. He was very familiar with the weak point fighting grounds, and he used it frequently. Although his strength had long surpassed the 4th level, but as long as he suppressed his own strength and maintained his strength at the 4th level, the weak point fighting grounds could still find a way to counter him. The two of them looked at the fighting grounds. Their faces were weird. The 2 walls contained 134 spirit cards. That also meant that the gray cat's pupil thought, out of the 134 spirit generals, none of them could counter Tang Tian. Master Kong laughed. High-level spirit cards are too expensive and low-level cards are useless, so we might as well use the 4th level cards and create such a thing for entertainment. Impossible. This. One after another, the light rays exploded on the walls, forming a sea of light. How could there not be people with weaknesses in the world? Every round, the gray cat's pupil would be able to clearly see through your weakness, and the next round of spirit generals would be even more targeted. Everyone was dumbstruck. That also means we can go in and fight with 200 spirit generals? Tang Tian pointed at the walls, eager to try. Master Kong and the old man were stunned. The light rays swept across the spirit cards one by one, 271 spirit cards, on the 4 walls. It was a shocking sight. That's true, alright, I'll let you go first. Master Kong laughed. He was extremely curious about Tang Tian. For this young lad to be able to gain everyone's approval, it was undoubtedly because he was extremely strong. But on the day of the test, Tang Tian's talent was poor, and he was the last. The survival of the outer barracks was very difficult, and the elimination rate was very high. He was very clear. A Maori agreed, that's right, Fundamental Tang is a godlike young lad. Hey, why aren't the spirit generals out yet? A Maori had a face of surprise and did not understand. But Sima Xiangshan and the rest, all of them were very smart. From Master Kong's and the rest's increasingly serious expressions, they could see some clues. Thinking about Master Kong's introduction of the weak point fighting grounds, they had some reaction. In the 3rd carriage. This Tang Tian. Master Kong turned and asked, there hasn't been any problems with the fighting grounds recently, right? A red square line lit up on the ground. Aha, young lady, don't worry, I'm a godlike young lad. Tang Tian was full of fighting spirit. Ding. Master Kong squinted his eyes. Kill them all? Hee, you guys are underestimating the fighting grounds. He nodded to the old man, who took out a star rock, walked to a corner, and placed it into a groove on the wall. The sparkling and translucent star rock, upon being placed into the groove, lit up with a ball of light. Weak point fighting grounds? It was the first time everyone heard of such a fighting grounds. No one understood the weak point fighting grounds better than them, as they practically trained here every day. Sometimes they would form groups of 3 to 5 and start a gambling house, using their 4th level strength to endure a few rounds. This was one of their favorite things to gamble on. Everyone's attention was attracted to the 4 walls. Every wall was filled with cards. Every one of them was a 4th level spirit card, containing all sorts of martial techniques, causing people to be dazzled. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 200 spirit cards. Pa pa pa. But Master Kong's face congealed. The weak point fighting grounds was born from a single thought of his, and he had spent a large amount of time and effort, specially looking for treasures like the gray cat's pupil. Although the spirit cards on the 4 walls were only of the 4th level, they were all carefully selected by him, representing all sorts of techniques. Hey, why aren't you out yet? Tang Tian, who was in the fighting grounds, shouted impatiently at the spirit cards on the walls. The light swept past the 3rd wall, and had already jumped to the 4th wall. Let's retreat from the red line fighting grounds, Master Kong said. Hearing that, everyone retreated out of the red line fighting grounds. Just as everyone retreated, the square light barrier slowly rose from the floor, isolating Tang Tian from them. Not good. How is that possible? How is that possible? There had never been anyone who was able to use the 4th level strength to endure 5 rounds in the weak point fighting grounds. The old man snorted. Let's see how you can boast with such a bad aptitude. You dare to boast like that. In his heart, he increasingly believed that Tang Tian was the kind of person who would shoot his mouth off. His mouth was powerful, but in reality, he was useless. He had seen many of such people. If Master Kong had chosen Tang Tian to enter the inner barracks, he would definitely have strongly objected, but since it was the outer barracks, he could not be bothered. Master Kong, the old man and the other Honorable Martial Alliance martial artists who were watching from the side, all looked at each other in dismay, in disbelief. Everyone immediately had a look of awe. Look, 271 4th level spirit cards, he was just doing it for entertainment. Master Kong suddenly remembered the words of the master who created the weak point fighting grounds for him. A ray of light enveloped Tang Tian. Tang Tian looked up curiously. The ray of light shone on his body. It did not hurt or itch, but it was a little numb. They stared blankly at Tang Tian, who was in the fighting grounds. The martial artists of the Honorable Martial Alliance all around, the confusion on their faces, all disappeared, as though they could not believe their own eyes, and stared blankly at Tang Tian, who was in the fighting grounds. His voice, in the silent carriage, was exceptionally clear. Han Bingning warned coldly, "Be careful. Godlike young lad, godlike young lad." The rest naturally did not have any objections. They were not as naive as Tang Tian and Amauri. They were all extremely intelligent. The words that Master Kong said yesterday, after a night of digesting, they had slowly regained their senses. They suspected that the test for them was about to begin. Sima Xiangshan and the rest's foreheads were filled with wrinkles. Every time they heard this phrase, they could not help but think in their hearts, "It's actually a crazy young lad." Yes. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Training alone every day, it's too boring. Unless the gray cat's pupil could not find Tang Tian's weakness? Master Kong's face revealed a pleased look. It was obvious that he was extremely satisfied with his work. Fundamental Tang, go. Kill them all. Amauri raised his thick and sturdy arms and shouted loudly, causing everyone's ears to go numb. But that's interesting. Master Kong was surprised. The 1st wall is actually not suitable. Seems like young lad Tang is very powerful. The old man introduced. This weak point fighting grounds cost Master 271 spirit cards. All of them are rank 4 silver grade spirit cards, which contain almost all the different types of martial techniques. The cost is so high, even in the Martial Alliance, it is considered an outstanding masterpiece. 130 spirit generals, but not one was able to restrain Tang Tian. Just nice, Tang Tian, this rash young lad, was at the front, so that they could see the situation clearly. The old man said in a deep voice, 271 spirit cards, that means there are 271 spirit generals. This carriage was created by a grandmaster. As long as there are enough star rocks, these spirit generals will live forever. The spirit general fighting grounds will automatically pick out the spirit generals that can restrain you and challenge them level by level. Until now, no disciple has passed the test. Chapter 55. I am a groundhog, digging a hole is full of strength, full of strength. Go, Teach those few rascals well. Master Kong waved his hand dispiritedly. Actually, he was most interested in Tang Tian. The other 5 had outstanding talents, but he was not interested in them. Their talents were second to none in Star Wind City, and had reached the standard of honorable martial alliance. But to him, who often saw such talented youths, they were not worth paying attention to. On the contrary, Tang Tian, from head to toe, gave off a mysterious feeling. Bing nodded his head. With a new target, Tang Tian was full of motivation. He used all his strength, waving his claws like the wind. Like a tenacious groundhog, he flew forward quickly. 2 kilometers. Tang Tian's expression froze on his face as he stammered. Master Kong's face congealed, as though he was deep in thought. One of the strongest powers of the clock constellation. Bing continued, this is actually a sealed land. The time here does not flow, is because of the clock sand fog sealing this place. Bing was stiff as usual. With victory in sight, Tang Tian was extremely excited, full of energy. When Bing had nothing to do, he would quietly float in the air, staring at the fog wall in a daze. Tang Tian greeted Bing and prepared to start training. His broken shadow palm was not far from mastering the killing technique, Sky Full of Stars. Luckily, it was time to enter the cross door again. Without hesitation, he entered the cross door and prepared to start his new hardship training. Tang, do you want to increase your hardship training time? Bing suddenly asked. Oh, just by hearing it, it was an extremely powerful place. Master is right. The old man immediately replied. I don't know. Bing shook his head. Bing, this is the Southern Cross Army's encampment. The hole was extremely narrow and could only accommodate one person, while Bing floated behind him. That's possible. This toy has already been here for 5 to 6 years. Who knows, its lifespan is almost up. If not, why would it explode? This is fun. Tang Tian's interest was piqued. He was extremely curious. I have never been in an army before. Bing, tell me about your past, it must be very interesting. Tang Tian was sweating profusely. Tang Tian scratched his head. I didn't do anything. It's so strange. Why did they all explode? When Lord Kong saw this, he waved his hand and let everyone return to their rooms to rest. We're here. Bing's dull voice came from behind. However, the weak point martial field had been destroyed by Tang Tian, so the original training plan was naturally cancelled. Bing replied. The old man said in a deep voice, this subordinate is certain that it is not a problem with the weak point martial field. This subordinate thought about it carefully and felt that there were a few possibilities. First, Tang Tian's mind was truly flawless. This possibility was the smallest. How could someone be flawless? The second possibility was that Tang Tian had some kind of protective secret artifact that prevented Whis from seeing through him. That was why Whis suffered a backlash. However, when this subordinate inspected him, he did not find any secret treasures on him. Either he did not have a secret artifact, or it was very powerful. The third possibility was that he had a very unique blood meridian, and Whis' prying had triggered the power of the blood meridian in his body, causing Whis to suffer a backlash. Everyone was discussing. The more they talked, the more they felt that it was normal for the weak point martial field to explode. Tang Tian, who was scratching his head, heaved a sigh of relief. 271 rank 4 silver grade spirit cards. If he really destroyed them, he would not be able to pay for it even if he sold himself. Why does my mother have this bronze plate? Tang Tian asked blankly. Everyone was speechless. The scene that had just happened was too bizarre and unimaginable. How do you increase it? Tang Tian's interest was immediately piqued, and he asked curiously. Although hardship training was painful, the effects of hardship training were definitely better than normal training. In the room, Bing stopped for a while, as though he did not hear anything, and said in a dull voice, if you walk forward from the Black Crystal, you will reach the recruit training camp. There are a few things there that you should be able to use. There was dead silence. No one could say a word. His wrist shook slightly, and his 5 fingers seemed to have sunk into the fog wall. With a slap, he was able to bring down a large piece of sand fog. If it landed on a human body, it would definitely tear off a large piece of skin and flesh. Even Tang Tian, who was mentally strong, felt a chill in his heart. In the future, when he fought with someone who was proficient in the eagle claw martial arts, he had to be alert. Could it be that we have been playing here for too long? The old man replied, yes. Suddenly, his fingertips felt extremely hard. Tang Tian felt pain in his 5 fingers and could not help but groan. Although the Honorable Martial Alliance had many martial techniques, but in terms of Blood Meridian's research, there was nothing worthy of praise. The one who had the most profound knowledge in this aspect was their arch-enemy Onyx Soul. After all, the Honorable Martial Alliance's goal was light, and the power of Blood Meridians had too many taboos. The door to the treasure trove was about to be opened by himself. The 9th day. The old man was also full of regret. Tang Tian was silent for a moment. He raised his head, and his expression became cheerful again. He asked curiously, were you here in the past? The third possibility is the highest, the old man said without hesitation. Tang Tian's eagle claw martial arts improved very quickly. Tang Tian suspected that the person who created this martial technique was also planning to use it to dig holes. Tang Tian's eagle claw martial arts became more and more incisive. The copper claws were like iron hooks, and the strength was astonishing. Following the direction that Bing pointed, Tang Tian dug a deep hole. Looking at the majestic black door in front of him that was 12 zhang tall and 30 zhang wide, Tang Tian was so shocked that he was speechless. Sima Xiangshan and the rest also revealed a look of understanding. That was normal. Although Tang Tian was powerful, but he was still far from having no weaknesses. Bing raised his white face and looked at the black door. Unknowingly, on his blank white face, there were 2 lines of tears. Tang Tian wiped away the thin layer of time sand mist on the surface, revealing a smooth and flat object. Tang Tian excitedly started to clear the time sand mist that covered the door. But, after half a day, Tang Tian had cleared an area that was more than 3 zhang tall and 5 zhang wide. The black door was exposed. But the size of the door far exceeded Tang Tian's expectations. What exactly is this place? Bing, how do you know? Tang Tian stared at Bing and asked, Southern Cross Constellation Hardship Plate, it was left behind by my mother. Bing, who exactly are you? Tang Tian hummed a tune and pushed forward. It's been 6 years. Even a man of steel, to be tormented like this every day, would not be able to take it. Southern Cross Army? Tang Tian was stunned. Bing was silent for a moment, then said, This is Time Gray Mists. Recruit Training Camp. Ah, what's inside? Tang Tian heard that it would be of great help to his training, and immediately became excited. How far is it from here? When these 2 words fell into Tang Tian's ears, it was like a celestial voice. His spirit was roused, the pain just now disappeared. He did not care about the sweat on his face and laughed, I am indeed a godlike young lad. 2 kilometers. 2 kilometers. They were still killed by me in one swish. Oh, even the time sand mist cannot stop me. Master Kong did not bat an eyelid. Which do you think is the most likely? His biggest expectation was gone, and immediately lost interest. A mysterious, ancient, and sealed recruit training camp. Bing replied. Breaking through a 2-kilometer fog wall, this amount of work, even for the determined Tang Tian, hearing about it made his limbs go soft, his face pale. Time sand mist? Tang Tian felt that the things Bing mentioned were all strange and weird, and he had never heard of it before. Tang Tian's entry seemed to have awakened Bing. Clearing the entire door, Tang Tian spent an entire day. Bing said calmly, I belong to the Southern Cross Army's Tau Division. What exactly is this fog wall? Tang Tian's face was full of curiosity. It's like fog, but not like fog. It can be destroyed, and it's everywhere. Luckily, once the time sand mist leaves the fog wall, it will be destroyed, and does not need to be transported out like sand. Could it be the main door? Tang Tian asked Bing excitedly. If that's the case, then it's a pity. Master Kong was slightly regretful, He agreed with the old man's judgment, because his judgment was exactly the same as the old man's. Everyone's spirit has a flaw, even those famous experts were no exception, it was just a matter of how many there were. As for the powerful star treasures, Master Kong completely did not sense the undulations of the star treasures. Training grounds? Tang Tian followed Bing's spear and saw the vast fog wall. Don't tell me the training grounds is inside the fog wall? He was in a narrow tunnel, digging continuously. His 10 fingers were like hooks, bringing with them a flame, dancing like the wind. The fog wall in front of him disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the broken shadow palms killing technique, Sky Full of Stars, was successfully trained, Tang Tian immediately switched to the Eagle Claw technique. The efficiency of the Eagle Claw technique was much faster than the broken shadow palm, and was simply the best technique to dig a hole in the wall. Everyone stared blankly at the empty training grounds. Tang Tian returned to his room and fell asleep. He did not put the matter of the weak point training grounds to heart. He felt that the weak point training grounds was broken by himself, and did not have any psychological burden. It was just that the fight he was looking forward to was gone, and that made him slightly depressed. Hearing that, Tang Tian was startled. He stopped in his tracks and looked at Bing curiously. The hardship training time can still be increased? On the black door, there were 4 jewels embedded, impressively the imprint of the Southern Cross constellation. Yes. Bing said indifferently, this region used to be the recruit barracks. Bing raised the spear in his hand and pointed ahead. There is a training grounds there. As long as you enter the training grounds, you can enter it more frequently. 2 kilometers, Bing's voice was stiff as usual. Using a quota for the outer barracks, to let our opponents have 1 less target to groom, it is not a loss. Master Kong said. The 4 jewels were like real stars, flashing with dazzling luster. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.